A sense of powerlessness welled up in Jia Rong's heart, and fatigue was almost written on his face. He waved his hand and said, "You can all leave. The reduction of the trade difference can't be solved in the short term. We can't just blindly lock the city down. We have to find a new source of spiritual energy." Everyone understood this principle. The accumulation of spiritual energy was like wealth. It needed to increase production and reduce expenditure. More importantly, it was to increase income. It was useless to just rely on saving. But how could he open an open-source Xianxia without a source? If there had been a source opening, it would have opened long ago, and the southern mountain range would not have become a place where even birds would not take a shit. The strange phenomenon and the subsequent surge of spirit qi had almost become Yanwu's only hope. However, the results of the investigation, which had cost a lot of manpower, material, and financial resources, were disappointing. "Yes, Your Excellency. Please rest well." The few alchemists could also see that Jia Rong was in a bad mood, so they did not dare to stay any longer and left one after another. Bang! Jia Rong was lost in his thoughts when a glass cup placed on the table in front of him suddenly exploded, spilling the tea all over the table. Not only that, he could clearly feel the ground shaking, and a few murals on the wall fell. Then, there were all kinds of noises outside. "Earthquake? Who's causing trouble? Oh no! Maybe my husband is back. Hurry! Hurry and put on your pants." All the sounds within the vicinity flowed into Jia Rong's ears, and he heard them clearly. As the astrology tower was the tallest building in Yanwu, the earthquake just now was even more intense. In the southwest of Yanwu, a colorful light spread from the sky, illuminating the entire distant sky. All the voices around fell silent, and everyone looked up. Strange phenomenon. Jia Rong trembled and then became overjoyed. It's that strange phenomenon again. Yanwu is saved. He ran down the stairs and hurriedly drove the chariot to the city lord's mansion. That day, the entire city of Yanwu was talking about this matter, and everyone in the city lord's mansion was looking forward to it, hoping that it would bring a large amount of spirit qi like last time. Many martial artists and sects once again gathered their martial artists and prepared to head to the place where the colorful light had appeared to investigate. The city lord's mansion was also busy. Li Chunyang immediately gathered everyone to discuss the cause of the earthquake and the phenomenon, and at the same time, they were ready to set off. After all, this was related to the fate of Yanwu. A few hours later, a bolt of lightning flew over from the distance and landed directly outside the city. Turning into Yunxiao's figure, he strode into the city. There were people coming and going in front of the gate, and it was bustling. However, at this moment, the city was restless, and all kinds of sounds and auras were covered by his divine sense. He immediately understood what was going on. The seal of the Devil Lord had been broken, and the strange phenomenon had been transmitted here. Yunxiao looked back at the horizon. The rainbow-like phenomenon did not disappear for a long time. A large number of martial artists came out of the city in groups, heading towards the sealed land. "We'll go first. Inform Fourth Brother and the others that they'll immediately come to our aid once they return to the city. Don't worry, be careful. If we can really find the source of spiritual energy, I'm afraid there'll be another fight. We must put our lives first." Ha ha ha. In Yanwu, apart from the city lord's mansion, there are few who can hurt us. The only thing I'm worried about now is whether the source of spiritual energy really exists. After all, our Qi family has already taken root in Yanwu, and if the spiritual energy is exhausted, we'll have to move again, which will be too much of a blow to our bones. Ninth Brother, don't worry. Spiritual energy won't appear out of thin air. And no one can detect it, which means this spiritual energy is not simple. If it is excavated, Yanwu may shock the world again. Yunxiao looked over and saw several chariots floating outside the city gate, with a simple and beautiful Qi character carved on them. Two middle-aged men were saying goodbye. The conversation between the two people was without any scruples, and everyone around them heard it clearly. The Qi clan was one of the upper-class clans in Yanwu, and their conversations were no secret. I hope we can find the source of spiritual energy first and fight for a chance for Yanwu's survival, as well as more benefits for the Qi clan. The middle-aged martial artist said no more and flew away with 7 or 8 chariots. There was only one cultivator left standing on the chariot. He looked at the colorful clouds and sighed before turning back to the city. There was a long line outside the city, waiting for strict inspections. However, they left the city very quickly without any formalities. The man from the Qi clan naturally did not join the queue. He rode on his chariot and flew over the crowd. The guard did not stop him, but instead bowed respectfully. "You're a martial artist?" A few rows in front of Xianxia, a middle-aged man in a sackcloth was stopped by a guard and asked. The man was a little flustered and quickly shook his head. "No, I'm just entering the city to do some business." "You're not?" "Humph. I can see that your heavenly yuan is full. I can tell with one look that you have origin power fluctuations on you. You still dare to quibble?" The guard suddenly moved. He pinched the man's shoulder with his right hand and pulled hard. The man was instantly sent flying and smashed into the bronze door. The copper door was full of nails as thick as fingers, and the guard's lift had at least 1,000 gene of force. If this man was really not a martial artist, he would die without a doubt. Many people screamed and covered their eyes with their hands, not daring to look. The coarse-clothed man flipped in the air like a carp, and his palms turned into fists, hitting the copper door. Dang! The huge copper door was hit by the impact and opened backward. The man also used the force to stabilize his body and landed safely on the ground. 8 stars, Martial Master. How dare you impersonate a mortal and enter the city? The guard saw through the man's strength and waved his hand with a cold expression. Suddenly, more than 10 cultivators rushed out and surrounded him with a murderous aura. Xianxia frowned, not understanding what was going on. He just watched quietly. The coarse-clothed man's face was filled with bitterness as he cupped his fists and said, "Brothers, you've misunderstood. I've indeed practiced martial arts before, but due to the limitations of my talent, I've abandoned it long ago. He's only a mortal doing business, so he's only entering the city for business. He definitely won't cultivate in the city. Who's going to believe you? You have no proof, so we'll follow the rules. If an 8 stars martial master wants to enter the city, he must pay 800,000 medial-grade primordial stones." The coarse-clothed man's expression changed drastically, and he said in shock, 800,000? Brothers, if I had 800,000 medial-grade primordial stones, why would I still enter the city to do business? Even if it's 80,000, we can't afford it. Xianxiao's divine sense swept over it slightly, and he saw it clearly. The man in coarse clothes indeed had old injuries, and his cultivation had not improved for nearly 20 years. Moreover, he seemed to have regressed from a peak 9 stars martial master to an 8 stars martial master. In addition, in the storage bag he carried with him, other than a broken first-tier profound armament, there were only more than 200,000 mid-grade primordial stones, as well as some low-grade herbs and pills. Asking him to take out 800,000 origin stones was no different from asking for his life. Even if he gave up his life, he would not be able to pay so many origin stones. Since you can't take it out, then get lost. The guard sneered. The coarse-clothed man's expression changed slightly, and he said angrily, Yenwu has gone too far. Blackmailing martial artists like this will only lead to its demise sooner or later. The guard's face darkened. How dare you speak so rudely? He shouted. Take him down. With a wave of his hand, the guards immediately rushed forward. More than 10 of them were martial masters, and they immediately began fighting with the man in coarse cloth at the city gate. The coarse-clothed man was furious. He slapped his storage bag and a cold light flashed. A broken profound level weapon knife appeared in his hand. It was so powerful that no one dared to get close. The city gate immediately became chaotic, and a large number of mortals were so scared that they hid to the side. The guard furrowed his brows. He seemed to have realized that this was a bad influence. He clenched his fists slightly and suddenly attacked. Bang! He was a 3-star great martial master. He took a few steps forward and quickly moved to the side of the man in coarse clothes. He punched the back of the knife and the chest of the man in coarse clothes, making him spit out blood and fly out. The dozen guards hurriedly stepped forward to capture him. The coarse-clothed man was covered in dust. He spat out blood and cursed as he was tied up and dragged into the city. Xianxia could not stand it anymore, but he did not want to hurt anyone. After all, it was his territory, so he said, "Release him. I'll pay for the 800,000 medial-grade primordial stones." The guard was taken aback for a moment. Then he began to size Xianxia up, and he could not help but feel a little frightened. This person was untainted by a speck of dust and had an extraordinary temperament. One look and one could tell that he was not an ordinary person. However, no matter how much he observed, he could not detect any elemental energy fluctuations. In this case, there were only two answers. Either he had a treasure to hide his strength, or his strength far exceeded his own, so he couldn't see it. "Young master, do you recognize this person?" The guard didn't dare to speak rashly. He wanted to figure out the situation first so as not to offend someone he couldn't afford to offend. "I don't know you," Xianxia said. "I just can't stand how you do things." He waved his hand, and a large amount of spiritual chi was released. A pile of supreme-grade primordial stones was thrown out. Supreme-grade primordial stones. The guard's eyes were sharp, and he immediately recognized those supreme-grade primordial stones. He was so scared that his mouth was wide open. Although there was an exchange ratio between the grades, the price of higher-grade primordial stones was much higher than the exchange ratio, so no one would take it out to exchange. Even the man in the coarse cloth was dumbfounded. He looked at Xianxia with confusion in his eyes. Cold sweat immediately broke out on the guard's forehead. Now, even a fool knew that he had met a big shot, so he dared not take the supreme-grade primordial stones. He immediately put them away and handed them back to Xianxia with both hands, saying bitterly, "Please forgive us, my lord. We are just following the rules. It is our duty to follow the rules set by Yanwu. We dare not disobey, but we have to." "The rules of Yanwu? What?" Xianxia frowned. "Why is there such a strange rule? The sects in other cities are all looking forward to having powerful martial artists move in. So why is Yanwu doing the opposite?" Taken aback, the guard asked, "Is this your first time here, my lord? Perhaps we don't know the situation." He immediately gave Xianxia an identity in his heart, which was most likely a young master from a great family who had come from another region to gain experience. Before the spiritual energy leaked out of Mount Meru, they wouldn't have met such a young master in hundreds of years. But in recent years it was not uncommon. Xianxia nodded. "It has indeed been a long time. Is this rule related to spirit energy?" He had already guessed it from the conversation between the Qi family members. "It is. In the past few years, Yanwu's spiritual energy has been insufficient to make ends meet," the guard hurriedly said. "It's depleting at an alarming rate. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before it declines. That's why the city lord's mansion set this rule in order to delay the depletion of the city's spiritual energy." "Who is the current city lord of Yanwu?" Xianxia asked. "Who is it?" "It's still Lord Li Yunxiao," the guard said. "It's him." His face was somewhat radiant, and he seemed to be very proud. Since Lord Li Yunxiao left Yanwu, the city lord has not appointed a new person. Besides, no one will be convinced no matter who is in charge of Yanwu except Lord Li Yunxiao. Although these people had never seen Yunxiao before, he had become famous in the past few years, and everyone in Yanwu knew him and was proud of him. Yunxiao sighed in his heart, thinking that Yanwu still remembered him so well even though he had not returned for many years. "You can take these vitality stones. Since there is such a rule in the city, I naturally cannot violate it." Yunxiao threw the primordial stone back. As the city lord, he could not openly violate the rules even if they were inappropriate. Not to mention, the fact that such a rule had been set showed that Yanwu was in an extremely difficult situation at the moment. As the city lord, he had to bear some responsibility. "I wouldn't dare." The guard was shocked. These were supreme-grade primordial stones, and the other party's background must be extremely great. How could he dare to take them? He was about to return when he suddenly found that Yunxiao had disappeared into thin air. "Ah!" The guard was completely dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes and almost thought that he had seen wrongly. However, There were also sounds of bewilderment and gasps all around. In addition, the supreme-grade primordial stones in his hands were still heavy. The guard hurriedly jumped onto the chariot and went into the city. He shouted, "Let that man go. You guys keep order. I'll go report to the city lord's mansion." In the city lord's mansion, many high-level officials, including Li Chunyang and the others, were gathered. Jia Rong had also rushed over and reported the increase in the difference in the spiritual energy this month. Everyone looked worried. "The control of martial artists has been further tightened this month," Li Zhangfeng said. "The number of martial artists who have settled in is less than 1/3 of last month's. In fact, with Yanwu's current situation, even if it doesn't shrink, very few people will come here. This phenomenon may be our last chance." Li Chunyang sighed. "If we can't find the source of spiritual qi, it'll be useless no matter how much we delay." Everyone was dejected. Yanwu had developed extremely fast in the past few years, and no one was willing to accept the feeling of falling from the peak. "There's no such thing as eternal prosperity in the world," Li Chunyang said. "Even the 7 superpowers will decline one day. We just came here earlier than them. It's good that everyone did their best." Xiao Qingwang stroked his beard and said slowly, "If we still fail to find the source of the spiritual energy, I suggest we open the restrictions on Yanwu. After all, it's meaningless to delay it for another day. And now, there are still many forces in the dark, fighting for control of Yanwu. How naive. Humph. It's all because of the Heavenly Jewel sect and the emotion-severing mountain. There must be someone behind these two sects, or else they would have been destroyed by us long ago. But even if Yanwu's spiritual energy is exhausted, this is still the foundation established by Yunxiao. We can't give it to them," Li Chongfeng said angrily. "There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Yanwu," Xiao Qingwang said. "Many sects may look simple, but they all have the backing of major sects from other regions, and they all want to occupy the treasure land and get a share. The Heavenly Jewel sect and the Emotion-Severing Mountain are both big sects in the southern region. It's not strange for them to be used as puppets. There are even some other small sects that are secretly trying to seize power. There's no need to fear these clowns," Li Zhangfeng sneered. "As long as Cloud Sky is in power for one day, these clowns won't dare to act rashly." A look of surprise flashed in Li Chunyang's eyes as he looked at him and said, "I can't believe you're so smart. Father, am I that stupid?" Li Zhangfeng asked, annoyed. "With our current strength, even the Heavenly Jewel sect and the Emotion-Severing Mountain can't kill us, and they still dare to go against us. Everyone knows that there's someone behind them, but they're afraid of Yunxiao's power, so they don't dare to reveal it." Li Chunyang nodded and said, "You're right. These people are just clowns. They don't need our concern. The only thing we need to pay attention to is the spiritual energy. After the last phenomenon, we made a promise that whoever could find the source of spiritual energy would give the eastern city of Yanwu to them. Unfortunately, we returned without success. Should we increase our stakes this time?" Xiao Qingwang frowned and said, "How can we increase it? Are we going to give up half of the city?" "I agree with you, Qingwang," Jia Rong said. "A quarter of the city is tempting enough. If we can find it, we should. If we can't, we won't be able to find it even if we give up the entire city." This might not be the case. A man in a brocade robe, who had been sipping tea on the left, suddenly spoke. He slowly put down the cup of tea and said, "You must know that although Yanwu is coveted by many sects, it's only a strategic consideration. They don't really want to take it all. As you said, as long as Yunxiao continues to be all-powerful, no one will dare to take this cake. Therefore, even if he was looking for spiritual energy, he was only trying. After all, Yanwu is not the foundation of the major sections. If we can't make it, we can just retreat. However, if you are willing to give up more of your power, it will definitely attract the attention of many parties, and the search will be more intense." Li Chunyang looked at the man in the brocade robe, snorted coldly, and said, "Qian Duo, is this your idea, or your money gangs? And how much power do you think is appropriate for Yanwu?" The man in embroidered clothes was Qian Duo. Although he had been cultivating in Yanwu, he was still the young master of Money Gang. After his strength broke through to martial honor, he had returned to Money Gang and made a big scene. When he returned to Yanwu, he was already at the peak of martial honor. Now, he had broken through to the 3-star martial emperor realm and become a lord of a region, his fame unparalleled in the southern region. Moreover, with the return of Qian Duoduo, Money Sect had also opened a branch in Yanwu, directly putting their influence into the city and competing with Tianyuan Trading Company. Before the great change in the Merchant Union, the Li family's attitude was to join forces with Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce to suppress Money Gang. Although Qian Duoduo was a friend, he was also a businessman. There would be conflicts of interest as a businessman, and he wasn't willing to let Qian Wudi inherit the gang leader position. If he wanted to build his own force, he had to fight for enough resources. After the great changes in the Merchant Union, Ding Shan took power, and all the people of Tianyuan Trading Company in Yanwu were replaced. Their attitude toward the entire city had also changed. At this time, the Li family also judged the situation and immediately formed an alliance with the Money Gang to fight against Tianyuan Trading Company. It was a pity that Tianyuan Trading Company had taken root in Yanwu too deeply, and with its current momentum, the Li family and Money Gang had always been at a disadvantage in the business field. Qian Duoduo could tell that Li Chunyang was extremely displeased, so he smiled and said, "Old master, don't be angry. This is called, if you can't give up the child, you won't be able to trap the wolf. Since Yanwu was already in such a state, why not give it a try? I can't make the decision on the allocation of resources. If the city of Yanwu is willing to give up half of its power and cede control of the south and north cities, I'll have the confidence to ask for help from the Money Gang, and then I'll be able to mobilize a large number of resources for exploration. If it's only the east city, I've already told the higher-ups, but they're not interested at all." Li Zhangfeng immediately jumped up and objected. "In your dreams, the north and south are the most prosperous areas of Yanwu. If I give it to you, I'll be giving up the entire city." Qian Duoduo took a sip of the fragrant tea and shook his head. "Then this is difficult. Just Dongqing's words alone will not be able to move my father and the others. Young Master Duoduo is right. It's obviously impossible to make all the great Shang clans work for the eastern city alone." An old man walked into the hall with a smile. He was short and strong, with bright eyes and a small felt hat on his head. At first glance, he looked like a shrewd merchant. "Where are the guards?" Li Zhangfeng's face darkened. "They actually neglected their duties and let wild dogs in. Damn it!" The old man was Gao Tong, the person in charge of Tianyuan Trading Company in Yanwu. His face twitched when he heard Li Changfeng scolding, but he quickly recovered and said, "Lord Changfeng, even if you scold me in a roundabout way, you can't save Yanwu from the current situation. I've controlled the cultivators to enter again and again, but the difference in spiritual energy is still increasing, hehe." Both Li Changfeng and Jia Rong's faces changed. They had just calculated the data today, and they didn't expect that the other party had already known about it. Obviously, there were spies everywhere. Gao Tong was very proud and said, "It's rare that young Master Duoduo and I have something in common. The conditions for giving power to Dongqing are too small and too attractive. The way to save Yanwu has always been in your hands. If you really want the city to continue, how can you not give others more benefits?" Li Changfeng was about to scold him, but Li Chunyang stopped him and said, "Lord Gao Tong made it sound as if we can find the source of the spiritual qi by giving up power." Gao Tong touched his beard and smiled shrewdly. The last time the phenomenon of heaven and earth appeared, it was accompanied by a large amount of spiritual energy. This is an undeniable fact that everyone has seen. So, what we can be sure of is that there must be a source of spiritual energy near Yanwu. Could it be that the spiritual energy is just something that appeared out of thin air? Li Chunyang and the others were silent. What Gao Tong said was true. The spiritual aura could not appear out of thin air. It must have a source. However, a few years had passed and they had not found anything. Gao Tong said, "I'm sure you all know the reason. Your exploration level is too low." Tianyuan Trading Company was now in charge of the Xianxia Trading Company. It had the most powerful resources in the world and was the most likely force to excavate the source of the spiritual qi. This is Yanwu's only hope now. Please think twice, my lords. The hall fell silent. Although they were disgusted by Gao Tong, what he said made sense. Li Zhangfeng was still not convinced. He snorted and said, "You speak as if you can find the source of the spiritual energy by giving you the north and south cities. If Tianyuan Trading Company can't find it," Gao Tong said with a smile, "then Yanwu should give up on looking for the natural energy." Qian Duoduo snorted coldly. "That's not necessarily the case. Money Sect is one of the oldest chambers of commerce. Your Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce can't compare to them in terms of their heritage. Their ability to explore the source of spiritual energy is only better than yours." However, Ing Luo, he looked at Li Chunyang and the others and said, "But it's only a small reward from the East City, haha." Li Chunyang raised his hand and interrupted him. "There's no need to say anymore, I understand. In terms of remuneration, I can make the decision to give up the East and West cities, and the South and North will be the most prosperous places in Yanwu. Don't even think about it." Qian Duoduo's eyes flickered as he calculated in his mind and muttered, "The East and West cities are in a daze." Gao Tong also started to think and looked up at the sky. He also had an idea. Suddenly, Xiao Qingwang frowned, looked at Gao Tong, and shouted, "Lord Gao Tong, how did you get in?" The people in the hall were all shocked. Li Chongfeng's pupils shrank, and he became vigilant. When Gao Tong came in earlier, he had scolded the guards, but they didn't respond. But because Gao Tong had mentioned the spirit chi detection, he had forgotten to take it lightly. Now, after hearing Xiao Qingwang's words, he immediately sensed something wrong. A large number of people poured in from outside the hall, and they stopped only when they reached the center of the hall. These people were in groups of 2 or 3, belonging to various sects. They all looked at Li Chunyang and the others coldly, as if they had made an appointment. Wang Songhe, Lung Xingbua, Yu Zizhen, Fanlong Jejua. Li Chunyang looked at these people and called out their names one by one, his face livid. "What are you doing?" Xiao Qingwang asked in a deep voice. "What are you doing?" "It's rare for us to gather together," Wang Songhe sneered. "Naturally, we're here for the future of Yanwu." "Nonsense," Li Chongfeng rebuked angrily. "You're clearly here to cause trouble." Wang Songhe chuckled and said, "Wrong. It's the complete opposite. We're not here to look for trouble. We're here to solve it." Li Chunyang's heart sank. Judging from the crowd's momentum, they had obviously come prepared. He immediately stopped Li Chongfeng, Xiao Qingwang, and the others from being hostile to each other, for fear that the conflict would be further stirred up. "Then, why don't you all tell me what problem to solve and how to solve it?" Wang Songhe looked back at the crowd, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Obviously, they pushed him to be the leader. "Li Chunyang," he said, "from the opening of Mount Meru to the prosperity of Yanwu, it's a blessing for all the martial artists in the southern region. It has given us the foundation to stand on the entire heavenly martial continent. It should have been a great blessing. But in the past few years, it has been declining under your management, and now you've even come up with stupid rules to limit the entry of martial artists. Not only has it greatly damaged the development of Yanwu, but it has also made us a laughingstock in the world and embarrassed us in the other 3 regions. Right? It's really too embarrassing. Not only that, the city that was originally full of vitality has been turned into a ghostly state by them. I don't even dare to say that I'm from Yanwu when I go out now. I can't afford to lose face like this. Alas, my relatives have cut off all ties with me now. They pretend not to know me on the streets just because I'm from Yanwu." The dozens of people began to grumble, shaking their heads and sighing. A wave of resentment spread. Wang Songhe laughed and said, "Hehe. Did everyone hear that? Yanwu has changed from a famous city to what it is today. What do you think, and what responsibility do you have?" "Songhe Wang, are you out of your mind?" Li Chongfeng scolded angrily. "Everyone knows that Yanwu's spiritual energy is running dry, and you're trying to make a big deal out of it? You shameless bastard." "Humph." Wang Songhe snorted. "Then why is Yanwu the only city that has exhausted its spiritual energy, and not the other cities?" Li Chongfeng, "Ing Luo, your sister, who can control this?" Wang Songhe raised his head and said with a proud expression, "Of course I can control it. That is, you are tyrannical when you take over Yanwu. So the will of heaven wants Yanwu to be destroyed." Li Zhangfeng chimed in. Hehe. Wang Songhe took a few steps forward and said excitedly, "Yanwu is everyone's Yanwu, the Yanwu of the entire southern region, not your Li families. That's why we have to contribute to Yanwu. And we have no choice but to stand up at this time. Right, we must stand out. This is everyone's Yanwu. They can't do whatever they want." Everyone's emotions were stirred up, and they all shouted. However, this was obviously premeditated. Li Chunyang and the others just looked at them coldly. After these people shouted for a while, they felt that it was boring and stopped. "Lord Wang Songhe, do you mean that Yanwu will not run out of spiritual energy if you take care of it?" Li Chunyang asked. "Of course," Wang Songhe immediately replied. Xiao Qingwang said coldly, "Who do you think you are?" Yanwu was a city of Tianshui, a territory given to Yun Shao by the monarch of Tianshui himself. When did it become yours? Get lost. Ever since he recovered from his internal injuries, his strength had been constantly improving. In addition, as a high-ranking official of Yanwu, he had received great support from Tianyuan Trading Company, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, he was a 2-star martial venerable, and with a shout, many warriors were forced to retreat. However, Wang Songhe was the sect master of the Heavenly Jewel sect, and his strength was much stronger than his. After cultivating in Yanwu, he had also made rapid progress, and now he was an 8-stars martial supreme. Naturally, he was not afraid of his roar. His essence force spread out between Wang Songhe's hands and suppressed Xiao Qingwang's sound wave. Then, with a flash of killing intent in his eyes, he shouted and struck out with both palms. Boom! The entire hall trembled and was about to explode under the power of this palm. But suddenly, a figure flashed, and all the violent power was suppressed. It turned into a white light and shot into the sky. With a bang, it shot through the dome, preventing the destruction of the hall. When Wang Songhe saw the person who made the move, he immediately did not dare to be rash. He hurriedly said, "Young Master Duo, this is a Kasaya." Chen Duo gave him a cold look and said, "Although my money sect also wants the control of Yanwu, we're not as shameless as you guys. You're taking advantage of the situation and robbing us openly." Wang Songhe's old face blushed and he said, "Young Master, don't talk nonsense. Although Yanwu was given to Yun Shao by the Emperor of Tianshui, Tianshui is a vassal kingdom of the Fire Crow Empire. In that case, my disciple Xian Ruyu has more right to own Yanwu." Behind Wang Songhe stood a man with a crown on his head and a king's aura. He was the prince of Fire Crow Empire, Xian Ruyu, who also had the bright moon divine body. Xian Ruyu's face was cold. From the moment he entered the room until now, he had not said a word. His face was full of arrogance, as if he disdained to associate himself with the crowd. A hint of fear flashed in Chen Duoduo's eyes. He couldn't see through Xian Ruyu's cultivation base, but he could feel a sense of pressure from him. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Xian Ruyu then spoke in an almost commanding tone. "This city was given to Yun Shao by Tianshui, and I'm taking it back now. All of you from the Li family, leave immediately." The Li clan's people's expressions changed slightly. They all sat there without saying a word, but their hearts were filled with shock. Yun Xiao's name had shaken the world, and everyone knew him. No matter how talented and strong Xian Ruyu was, it was impossible for him to claim to be able to compete with Yun Xiao. So, how could he be so arrogant? He had no idea who was behind him. Chen Duo was also extremely surprised. He was stunned for a moment before he re-examined Xian Ruyu. Did His Highness really take the right medicine? A cold glint flashed in Xian Ruyu's eyes. "Chen Duo, you have Money Sect as your backer, but this is Fire Crow Empire's territory. You'd better show some respect to me, or Fire Crow Empire won't be able to protect you." Chen Duo was surprised and didn't know what Xian Ruyu was relying on. But as an outstanding man, how could he be convinced? He laughed and said, "I'd like to see if Fire Crow Empire can't protect me. Will I die here, or have my hand cut off. Then watch carefully, Xian Ruyu said coldly. A bone-piercing cold air suddenly spread out in the entire hall. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. No matter how much yuan qi they used to resist it, it was useless. Their yuan qi was almost frozen. Qian Duoduo gasped as well. It was extremely difficult for him to even circulate his emperor qi of the 9 heavens. With a flash of light, Xian Ruyu appeared in front of him without him noticing. Bang! Before Qian Duoduo could react, Xian Ruyu had already punched him in the chest. His entire body was almost frozen, and a layer of light blue ice crystals appeared on his chest. His essence force and internal organs were almost frozen. After a while, he felt pain and began to cough. What he spat out was not blood, but frozen blood clots. When everyone saw Qian Duoduo's miserable state, they all sucked in a sharp breath of cold air and were quite frightened. Wang Songhe's face was also a little pale, as if he felt extremely cold. He rolled up his clothes, but still couldn't resist the cold. Cough, cough, cough. Qian Duoduo was still spitting out blood clots. His body had been completely destroyed, and he had no idea how badly it had been damaged. Because he was frozen, he could only feel the pain bit by bit. Xian Ruyu retracted his fist and looked at Qian Duoduo, who had fallen to the ground. He sneered, "Trash, if you didn't have the money gang as your backer, I would have sent you to the West today. But even if it's money sect, don't even think about jumping around in Firecrow Empire in the future. With my cultivation speed, I'll definitely be able to dominate the world and step on you all." Qian Duoduo could not answer him. He was curled up on the ground, covered in a thin layer of ice, and twitching from time to time. Gao Tong and the others turned pale and hurriedly stepped aside, not daring to stand with Xian Ruyu for fear of being affected. Xian Ruyu's cold gaze swept across the crowd. Xiao Qingwang, Li Chongfeng, and the others felt a chill in their hearts, and they couldn't even muster the will to resist. Li Chunyang finally couldn't sit still. He didn't know how Xian Ruyu had been cultivating all these years, but he had never heard anything about her being so powerful. But at this moment, no matter how much he couldn't win, he had to brace himself and stand up, opposing him. "I don't know anything about the Firecrow Empire, but I do know that Yanwu belongs to my grandson. Although I'm more senior than him, he's the Lord of Yanwu, and I'm just a retainer who's only helping him manage the city. It's not up to me to decide whether you hand over the city or not. It's useless for you to talk to me like that, Prince Jade. If you want to take Yanwu, go find the city lord, my grandson, Li Yunxiao." Bang! The space was directly shattered, and Xian Ruyu made a move through the air, grabbing with his 5 fingers. Li Chunyang immediately felt as if his internal organs were being grabbed by his opponent, and he could do anything he wanted to them. Cough, cough, cough. He felt as if his internal organs were being crushed, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, which contained a large amount of crushed internal organs. "Father! Old man!" A few people cried out in panic. Li Chongfeng and Xiao Qingwang immediately attacked Xian Ruyu. "Tisk, ants!" Xian Ruyu was extremely disdainful. With a wave of his left hand, as simple as a flick of his sleeve, a burst of stellar energy struck out, slamming the 2 of them against the wall and blasting them out of the hall. Li Chunyang was greatly shocked. Xian Ruyu's strength had reached a level that they could not understand, and there was no way they could resist him at all. "Ants, are you going to scram or not? If you don't scram, I'll send all of you to heaven today. I'm just entrusted with the management of Yanwu. If we want to leave, we have to get the city lord to tell us to leave." "Bah! Don't use Yunxiao as a shield. I'll tell you, I've got a greater opportunity than Li Yunxiao, and my future achievements will far surpass his. I'll become the overlord of this world, and sooner or later, he'll be killed by me." Li Chunyang's lips curled up into a sneer as he said, "Since you're so capable and confident, then go find him and kill him. Although he's my grandson, I don't mind if you kill him. What's the point of showing off here?" Xian Ruyu saw the sneer on his face and was instantly enraged. His killing intent flashed as he rebuked, "Die!" Bang! He clenched his fist, and the air in his palm exploded. "You can't!" Wang Songhe suddenly screamed, his face pale with fear. They were only here to force the Li family to leave. They didn't have the guts to kill the Li family members. Otherwise, even their backers wouldn't be able to protect them. The rest of the people who followed also had a huge change in expression, their mouths wide open in fear. Li Chunyang trembled and closed his eyes, waiting for his death. However, the pain and death that was supposed to come did not happen. The hall was silent. He opened his eyes and saw Xian Ruyu's stunned face. He looked at his palm and said, "You didn't die? What's going on?" Li Chunyang, who had no idea what was going on, could not help but laugh and say, "Haha, you can't even kill me at this level, and you want to kill my grandson? Go and find a wall and kill yourself. Ha ha ha." He laughed without restraint, triggering the injuries in his body and causing him to cough again, spitting out large amounts of blood. "Old man, go to hell. Don't worry. I'll bring your son and grandson to you soon." Xian Ruyu's figure flickered, and he rushed forward, his 5 fingers reaching out like a claw, trying to take Li Chunyang's heart. "You can't. We'll be in big trouble if we kill Li Chunyang." Wang Songhe roared again, almost rushing forward. "Li Yunxiao will never let us go." Xian Ryu was even more furious when he heard the name Li Yunxiao. "It's good that I won't let him go. I'll kill Li Yunxiao as well." Pa! His palm stopped 3 inches away from Li Chunyang, and his wrist was caught by a delicate and slender hand, unable to move any further. "You're Ing Luo." In front of Xian Ryu and Li Chunyang stood a man in a green robe. He was as quiet as a virgin, with a cold and expressionless face. Li Yunxiao." Xian Ryu cried out in alarm and retreated in shock. Everyone was shocked. The hall was silent as they all looked on in a daze. Li Chunyang even rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again and again. Cloudy mist. Yunxiao smiled and nodded. "Yes, old master, father, Qingwang, and everyone else. I'm back. Ha ha ha. My good son, you're finally back. You're always so timely." Li Chongfeng rushed in from outside the hall, covered in blood, but his face was filled with ecstasy and excitement. He grabbed Yunxiao's arm and looked at it again and again, then could not help but hold it tightly. Xiao Qingwang also walked in. Both of them had been badly injured by Xian Ruyu's attack. Yunxiao's eyes grew colder as he smelled the faint smell of blood. "Father, you're injured." "Ha ha. This little injury is nothing. Back when I was marching and fighting, I charged into the enemy's camp 8 times, and 5 of my warhorses died. I was bathed in blood, but I was still fine." Li Chongfeng was full of energy. He saw that his son's injuries had all healed. The entire hall was filled with only his boastful voice, and the rest was dead silent. No one dared to make a sound. Yunxiao nodded. "Father, go and rest. I'll take care of the rest." "Ha ha. Good. I'll leave it to you," laughed Li Zhangfeng. "Let father see if you've improved over the years. If you can't handle it, just let me know. I'm still here." Cough, cough, cough. Li Chongfeng coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, perhaps due to his excitement. He forced himself to sit back down in his seat. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as endless killing intent was compressed in his eyes, and his eyes turned a little cloudy. "It's rare for you to be so concerned about the development of Yanwu. Come, I'll have a good discussion with you today." Yunxiao's words were very light, but when they reached everyone's ears, they gave rise to endless fear. Their legs went soft and they almost knelt down. Wang Songhe's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Yunxiao had been out for several years and had never returned, so why would he come back at this time? If he had known this, he would not have dared to come and cause trouble even if he was beaten to death. Yunxiao's eyes fell on Wang Songhe as he said, "Sect Master, you just said that the natural law does not allow our Li family to occupy Yanwu, which is why the spiritual energy is running dry. Then, who should be the one to take on the responsibility of Yanwu? Only by following the heavenly law can the spiritual energy not be exhausted. This Ing Luo." Wang Songhe's forehead was covered in cold sweat, If Yunxiao had not been here, this question would have been easy to answer, but now he could not answer it. Yunxiao did not exert any pressure on him, but the aura of a superior man put him under so much pressure that it almost collapsed his heart. After a long time, he finally spat out a few words. Of course, 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 of course. Yes. Yunxiao nodded and said, I was just about to have a good talk with the Xian family. He waved his hand at Xian Ruyu and said, Come here. Xian Ruyu's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but walk over. After walking over, he immediately regretted it. He felt humiliated as if he was being ordered around. Anger appeared on his face, but he had already walked over, and it was not right to go back. What are you doing? He could only shout angrily to show that he was not afraid, but anyone could hear that he was afraid, even he himself could hear it, so he became even more ashamed and angry. Hee. Yunxiao's eyes turned even more cloudy, but a cold smile appeared on his face as he said, Don't be nervous, relax. Who taught you to cultivate the bright moon divine body to such a level that you can open 6 gates of the divine body? Xian Ruyu's expression changed drastically, and he took a step back in fear. No one gave me any pointers. I cultivated on my own. Oh, no one to guide you? In other words, you don't have any backing. Even if I beat you to death, no one will find trouble with me. Yunxiao chuckled, looking harmless. Kill me? Xian Ruyu was shocked and furious. Don't you dare. Yunxiao sneered. No matter who Xian Ruyu's backer was, he would be dead for sure if he dared to hurt his family. Without another word, he raised his hand and pointed a finger. There was no technique involved, and it was simple and unadorned. There was only a faint crackling of lightning on his fingertips. Xian Ruyu was shocked. He knew that he was no match for the person in front of him, so he turned around and fled. As the bright moon divine body was activated, it became as transparent as jade and emitted a glazed luster. It was Yunxiao's bright glass body, which was exactly the same as Yunxiao's, but its maturity was much lower. But he only had the power of a divine body with 6 gates opened, so how could he escape from Yunxiao's hands? The force of the finger, which was accompanied by a thunderbolt, pierced into his body without a doubt, causing blood to burst out. Ah! Xian Ruyu let out a blood-curdling screech as he fell from the sky. He looked in horror at the area above his belly button, where blood was gushing out. Ah! He crawled up in fear. It wasn't that his aperture had exploded, but that the stop gate had exploded. He could clearly feel the stop gate explode, and all the power in his body was being drained. You're the one who destroyed my cultivation? You're so cruel. Xian Ruyu howled, his face twisted with malevolence. I told you not to be nervous. Yunxiao sneered. Relax. You're not crippled yet. Xian Ruyu was stunned for a moment before he asked, Not crippled yet? However, he could clearly feel that his body was changing, and his power was being lost very quickly. I just pointed out 1 gate of God, Yunxiao said. Don't you have 5 more? Being completely crippled is truly being crippled. He pointed his finger again. You coward! Xian Ruyu was scared out of his wits as he turned around and fled. If all 5 gates of God were to be destroyed, he would be better off dead. All his plans had been reduced to dust, and he had been demoted to Immortal. However, 5 thuds were heard as Xian Ruyu fell heavily to the ground, his body covered in blood. Everyone's faces in the hall were as pale as paper. A chill rose in everyone's heart. They all regretted coming, and it was too late to leave now. Yunxiao looked coldly at Xian Ruyu, who was lying on the ground like a dead pig, and said indifferently, He's really crippled now. Look at how nervous you are. I told you to be more relaxed. It won't hurt if you cripple me. Xian Ruyu's face was ashen, and all hope was lost. He said in despair, Just kill me. You dared to attack my family, Yunxiao said. You'll definitely die, but not so easily. Xian Ruyu. The hall was deathly silent, and the atmosphere of fear was spreading. At a glance, it was filled with despair. Although Xianxia was famous all over the world, and they knew how strong he was, they had never dreamed that he would be so strong. Chen Duoduo was famous throughout the southern region, and he was almost the most dazzling expert of the young generation, but he could not take a single move from Xian Ruyu and was immediately knocked down. It was clear that Xian Ruyu's strength was extremely terrifying, but when he was confronted by Xianxia, he was still defeated. Xianxia looked at Wang Songhe and said, "Lord Sect Master, I have a question about the ownership of Yanwu." Wang Songhe almost cried. He knelt down with both knees and wailed, Young Master Xianxia, this has nothing to do with us. We were forced to do this. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to go against the Li family. I hope you can understand." Everyone knew about this and could see it, but Wang Songhe's words at this moment meant that he had completely admitted defeat. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed slightly and shot directly at Wang Songhe, wanting to take his life. A mocking gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes. His pupils constricted, and the beam of light disappeared into thin air. A row behind the crowd, a black-clothed martial artist who had secretly attacked was stunned with his mouth wide open. He had not realized at all how the silver nail he had sneakily shot out had disappeared. "Ah!" The man in black suddenly screamed and fell forward, falling to the ground. The silver needle had pierced into his thigh at some point, and the poison on it had taken effect instantly, causing his entire leg to go numb. The martial artist knew that he was finished in an instant. He was well aware of the poison. He gritted his teeth and used his essence force to break his leg. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light cut down and his entire leg was separated from his body, turning into pus in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and dispersed with a whoosh. Everyone's faces were pale, and they didn't dare to make a sound. The man in black had lost a leg, but his face was a little pale. He did not say a word, but looked at Wang Songhe with a cold and sharp gaze. The meaning of the threat was very obvious. Wang Songhe's face was pale. He could not afford to offend the person behind this, nor could he afford to offend Xianxia. No matter which side he offended, it would almost be the end of his family. What happened today was done by me alone. I've let down Yanwu, the Li family's first master, and young Master Xianxia. I hope that after I die, young Master Xianxia will be magnanimous and let my family go. Wang Songhe gritted his teeth and raised his hand to hit his forehead. With a bang, he smacked himself on the head, and liquid burst out, blood covering his face. He chuckled, thinking that he was finally free. He had finally found a way to kill the best of both worlds, and that was to die. The people of the two sects were all strong people of the world, and they would definitely not make things difficult for his family. Wang Songhe waited for a while and found that he had been bleeding for a long time and his whole body was soaked. But he was still conscious and alive. He touched his head in shock, but he didn't feel any pain. He looked around in surprise. Everyone was looking at him with a strange look in their eyes. When they looked at their own bodies, there was no blood at all. The suicide just now was an illusion. Xianxia was still standing in front of him, looking at him with a cold and mocking look. Wang Songhe's heart sank, and he said in a trembling voice, "Young Master Xianxia, haha, I'm here," Xianxia said. "Who can control your own life and death?" The faces of the people around them turned even paler, without a trace of blood. They couldn't even die. Xianxia stretched out his hand and pointed at the man in black on the ground. The man's head exploded with a bang, and a pale yellow soul light was slowly extracted from it. The soul light was the appearance of the man in black. He was struggling and wailing in pain, but it was to no avail. Yunxiao's face was cold as he sent his divine sense into the soul and forcibly searched all its memories. The soul struggled painfully for a moment before it lost its consciousness completely. It slowly turned into the purest energy and disappeared. The entire hall was dead silent, extracting the soul, searching it, and then scattering it. Never had anyone seen or even heard of such a method. It was too appalling. At this moment, they finally understood that Xianxia had reached a level that they could not imagine, a peak that they could not even look up to. Xian Ruyu's body was trembling with fear. He'd had all his hopes crushed and thought that he'd die at worst. But now he realized that there were things even more terrifying than death. At this moment, everyone's legs went soft, and some of them even peed their pants and began to cry on the spot. Yun Xiao rubbed his hands, and a white flame flew out, burning the corpse to ashes with a swish. Even the blood was gone, as if the man had never existed in the world. So you're from the beaming dark palace. You're really asking for a long life. Yun Xiao put his hands behind his back, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Although he had been incompatible with the beaming dark palace in his previous life, the hatred between them had faded a lot after living 2 lives. Even when the beaming Duanju and Han Junting had joined forces to deal with him, he had not taken revenge because of many other matters. It seems like I have to make a trip to beaming dark palace. Li Chunyang and the others' faces changed drastically. Although they had long guessed that these people must have a powerful background, they were still shocked when they heard that they were really from the 7 superpowers. Yun Xiao, you can't be impulsive in this matter, Li Chunyang said in a deep voice. We have to think about it carefully. After all, the other party was a world-famous sect. No matter how powerful Yun Xiao was, he was alone, and there was no way he could fight against such a large sect that had stood for 10,000 years. Yun Xiao smiled indifferently and did not say anything. Instead, he turned his eyes to the others and said, I don't care who you are or who's behind you. Since you've stepped into this palace, don't think about going back alive. As for whether you want to do it yourself or I do it, it's up to you. The group of people looked at each other. Who would not fear death? Young Master Yun Xiao, since you know that we are innocent, why don't you go and find the mastermind instead of making things difficult for us? One of the martial artists begged. Could it be that after knowing that beaming dark palace is behind them, they no longer dare to target them? It's none of your business whether you dare to target me or not, Yun Xiao said. Just kill yourself. Don't waste time. If I had to make a move, I would have ended up like the man in black just now. AI, the sect master of emotions severing mountain, Lung Xinghua, sighed and said, After our parting years ago, when we meet again, you're like a heavenly being. Although it's not my wish to go against the Li family all this while, it's not an injustice to die today. It's fine as long as young Master Yun Xiao doesn't make things difficult for the people of my sect. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and grabbed the sword, slashing it at his own neck. Hold on! Li Chunyang shouted and suddenly flew up, hitting the sword with his finger force and shaking it away. Lung Xinghua was desperate and wanted to die. He did not have much strength in his hand. The sword flew out of his hand and stuck in front of the door of the hall, shaking violently. Old man, do you think this is not enough? Lung Xinghua asked. Yun Xiao, let them go. Li Chunyang sighed and said. What? Lung Xinghua was stunned for a moment and revealed a look of disbelief. The rest of the people also trembled, as if they had found a life-saving straw. They all looked at Li Chunyang eagerly, wiped their tears, and cried, begging for mercy. Old man, Yun Xiao said with a frown. Killing them is not only to vent our anger, but also to set an example for the others. I see, Li Chunyang said. However, they had no choice all these years. Even without them, there would have been others who would have been the pawns. What's the point of making things difficult for these pawns? Yes, old master is right. Why make things difficult for us minions? More than a dozen people echoed, wiping their snot and tears. They almost killed you and me, Yun Xiao snorted. Are we going to let them go just like that? Then, everyone in the world will think that my family is easy to bully. Then let's just teach them a lesson, Li Chunyang said. I'm already very satisfied to see you return this time. In the future, with you in Yanwu, these people will not dare to act presumptuously. If you weren't here, there would still be other people who would act presumptuously. It doesn't matter if they are killed or not. All right, Yun Xiao said. Then, each of you can cripple your dantian and get lost. Ah! Those martial artists were still dazed, and with a long face, they said, If you destroy your own dantian, how is that different from killing us? The dantian is the true life of a martial artist. Then go to hell. Yunxiao's face darkened as he shouted. With a flash of fire, the person who had just spoken was instantly turned into ashes. He didn't even make a sound or react. He was the most muddle-headed person to die. Ah! After a few breaths, the surrounding people finally regained their senses. They were all greatly frightened. Thank you, young Master Yunxiao, for your magnanimity. Thank you, old master, for pleading for me, Lung Xingbua said with cupped fists. He raised his hand and slammed it on his dantian. Instantly, a surge of elemental energy spread out from his body, sending several people around him flying. Eft! Lung Xingbua vomited a mouthful of blood. He trembled and said goodbye to everyone. He picked up the sword in front of the door and left. Yunxiao watched him leave. He remembered that the Firecrow Empire had shown him mercy once. If it were not for the fact that he had hurt his family, he would not have made things too difficult for him. Wang Songhe's eyes were ashen, and he let out a long sigh that shattered his dantian. Although he vomited a large mouthful of blood, he kept thanking him. At least it was better than he had expected, and his life was saved. The two sect masters in front of them had already destroyed their own dantians. The rest of the people knew that they were doomed. They gritted their teeth and shattered their own dantians, crying and wailing. Get out of here, Yunxiao said with a frown. Whoever's tears and snot are dirty will die. Those people didn't dare to cry anymore and ran away in a hurry. In an instant, only Xian Ruyu and the people from the Heaven Origin Chamber of Commerce and the Money Chamber of Commerce were left in the hall. Gao Tong was also covered in cold sweat. He knew the relationship between Yunxiao and Tianyuan Trading Company. They used to be close partners, but now they were enemies. Gao Tong's voice trembled as he said, Yun Xianxian, young Master Yunxiao, I'm sorry. Li Chunyang was afraid that Yunxiao would go on a killing spree, and now that he had shed all pretenses with Beiming Dark Palace, it was not appropriate to offend Tianyuan Trading Company again. Lord Gao Tong didn't make things difficult for us. Yes. Gao Tong was relieved. With Li Chunyang's help, at least he would not die. He said hurriedly, Tianyuan Trading Company has always been close to the Li family. It's a win-win situation for both of us in business. All right, Yunxiao said. You can stay here and tell me all the strategic plans of Tianyuan Trading Company in Yanwu. Then you can leave. Ah! Gao Tong was stunned for a moment, his mouth wide open as he said, To this Bayan. Yunxiao's face darkened. I don't have time to talk nonsense with a minion like you. Leave behind the strategic layout and go. Otherwise, you don't have to leave. Gao Tong was startled and cursed himself for being so muddle-headed. He hurriedly took out a jade slip and imprinted all kinds of information on it. Then he handed it over with both hands and left with his men. At this moment, only the people from Money Gang were left. Qian Duoduo sat cross-legged on the ground, resisting the invasion of the cold energy in his body. His face was pale and covered in cold sweat. You can stay, Yunxiao said, giving him a look. Qian Duoduo had mixed feelings as he recalled the scene when they first met, but it was like heaven and earth now. After a while, he said, Many thanks. Ha ha ha. Li Chunyang couldn't help but laugh when he saw how mighty his children and grandchildren were. Old man, Yunxiao said, gather the management of Yanwu. I have something to tell you. An explanation? You're leaving again? Li Chunyang was stunned. Brat, why don't you stay for a few more days? Li Zhangfeng was extremely dissatisfied. He stood up abruptly with a furious look on his face. Shut up, Li Chunyang snapped. He knew that Yunxiao was no longer the same as before, and what he was doing must be very important, something that they could not even understand. Otherwise, he would not have stopped for a moment. Father, old man, Yunxiao said with an ashamed look, I really haven't been idle for the past few years. Li Chunyang patted his arm and said with a smile, It's good for a man to conquer the world. It's not suitable for you to stay in Yanwu. Go out and explore. I'll take care of this family for you. Li Zhangfeng was unhappy and snorted. Care? Now that the spiritual energy is exhausted and we can't find a new source, How can we do anything? Shut up, Li Chunyang cursed. If I kick you out, the natural energy in Yanwu will last for a few more years. Old man, Yunxiao said, spirit qi is no longer a problem now. There's something even more important than spirit energy, and it'll soon fill the entire city of Yanwu. In the near future, I'm afraid that all the top experts in this world will come here one after another. Ah! Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked at him, not understanding what he meant. This is one of the things I want to tell you, Yunxiao said. We'll talk about it when everyone is here. Qian Duoduo's face was also grave. He came back to his senses from his meditation, not willing to miss any details. Something more important than spiritual energy. Everyone was full of doubts and couldn't understand it no matter how hard they thought. Soon, all the high-ranking officials of Yanwu had gathered. Many familiar faces from his memories appeared one by one, including Jimeng, Suhan, Zhang Qingfan, the outstanding students in the student army, and even Tai Ling, who had escaped from the Firefish clan back then. When they saw Yunxiao, they were so excited that they burst into tears. After listening to Tai Ling's experience, Yunxiao was silent for a while before he said, "Just focus on your cultivation in Yanwu. As for revenge, I'll let you go." The person who had exterminated the Firefish clan back then must have been Wei Qing. With Tai Ling's current strength, it was no different from a fool's dream to seek revenge. He did not know how to comfort him. Tai Ling gritted his teeth, and tears flowed down his face. "Your Excellency, I understand. I understand that the difference in strength is too great, but I will work hard. I will definitely work hard." Yunxiao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Stay in Yanwu and cultivate, and you'll definitely become a great expert in the future. As for your enemies, they're also my enemies, but I can't guarantee that I'll avenge you. If I have the chance, I will." Tai Ling was overjoyed and said excitedly, Thank you, Lord Holy Envoy." Jia Rong was also so excited that he could hardly control himself. He did not dare to speak since Yunxiao's appearance, only standing aside with tears in his eyes. In a conference hall, more than a dozen people were gathered. In addition to the familiar faces of the past, there were also some senior executives who had been promoted later, all of whom Li Chunyang trusted. Everyone looked at Yunxiao with admiration and excitement. The entire conference hall was silent, and no one dared to speak. Everyone was waiting for him. Yunxiao glanced at these senior executives and sighed in his heart. Although everyone's progress was extremely fast, compared to the current situation, it was of no use at all. He had to borrow the power of the experts in the Divine Realm tablet. He asked Su Lianyi, Ding Ling and the others to come out and join the meeting. Qian Duoduo's expression changed as he looked at the two men, as if he had thought of something. Li Chunyang seemed to be not used to the silence, and he said first, "Yunxiao, everyone's here. If you have anything to say, just tell everyone." Yunxiao nodded, then told him about the current situation in the heavenly martial realm, as well as the breaking of the Devil Lord's seal. The crowd had never come into contact with such things before, so they all had their mouths wide open when they heard this. They were all stunned. Only Qian Duoduo could be considered as someone who had touched the top of the world, and his shock was far greater than everyone else's. It was only at this moment that Li Chunyang and the others realized that what Yunxiao had done and achieved were far beyond their expectations, even to an extent that they could not imagine. After a long time, Li Chunyang still could not come back to his senses. So he said, "Yunxiao, I roughly understand what you're saying. It's just that everyone's strength is lacking. Sai, just say what you think we can do." Now that the Demon Lord seal has been broken, the rules of 10 directions will soon spread all over the world, Yunxiao said. Yanwu is the closest place, and those peak martial artists who want to break through to the immortal realm will surely come here in the near future. I'm sure you can't handle it with your strength alone, so I plan to connect Yanwu with the Divine Cloud Palace and the Long family of Sky Ridge to build a fixed passage. The three families will work together to deal with the future. Connecting Shunshan Palace and the Long family of Sky Ridge? Everyone's mind went blank. This legendary place, which was feared and admired by everyone, was actually going to build a fixed passage with Yanwu. Will they agree to this? Li Chunyang asked worriedly. That's not a problem, Yunxiao said. Don't worry, everyone. Don't worry, Grandpa. Ding Linger could not help but smile. Clan Master Long and the Master of the Divine Firmament Palace are both brother Yunxiao's confidants. We'll be a family in the future, so how can we disagree? Li Chunyang. Hee. Everyone. Hee. Yunxiao. Hee. Everyone was dumbfounded. They naturally understood what Dinglinger meant by family, and they all looked at Yunxiao with strange eyes, unable to believe it. Yunxiao, we can't understand your world anymore. Li Chunyang sighed. Miss Ling are you saying that you want to marry the palace master of Xianxia Palace and the master of the Long family? Yunxiao coughed a few times in embarrassment and said, Don't listen to her nonsense. Let's get back to business. Although they could no longer understand Yunxiao's world, the look on his face at the moment was one that everyone could understand. To establish a connection with the two sects, what Yanwu lacks the most at the moment is people who can build the passage, Yunxiao said. Master Jia Rong and the others are not enough. Jia Rong was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. Don't call me master, don't call me master. Young Master Yun is making me feel embarrassed. Jia Rong? Yunxiao said with a smile. You don't have to belittle yourself. When you were my servant, I promised you that you would achieve great things in the future. Now, you are a fifth-tier alchemist, and I see that you have been stuck at the bottleneck for a long time. I'll help you to improve it later. Ah! Jia Rong was shocked. His talent had long been exhausted, and it was impossible for him to make another breakthrough. But he had no doubt about Yunxiao's words, and he was so excited that he almost went crazy. When he thought of the first time they met, he could not help but feel glad that he had chosen the right path. Gu Yueshing, you'll be in charge of this matter, Yunxiao continued. First, we'll build the elementary teleportation channel, and then I'll ask the Divine Cloud Palace and the Long family to send people to assist in the construction of Yanwu. Yes, Gu Yueshing replied in a hurry. He also had the power of an 8th-grade sorcery at the moment, so it was not a problem for him to build simple infrastructure. Yunxiao suddenly thought of Yuan Gaohan. He wondered how he was doing at the moment. If he were here, these things would be much simpler. As for the development of Yanwu, he continued, it will naturally develop when all the experts in the world gather. We don't need other chambers of commerce to settle in for the time being, so we'll take care of the businesses of Money Sect and Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce in Yanwu for the time being. What? Qian Duoduo slammed the table and stood up. Li Yunxiao, why you're going to rob our money gang's property? Calm down. Yunxiao beckoned and said, Calm down. The safekeeping, not snatching. Qian Duoduo was both anxious and angry, but if Yunxiao really wanted to rob him, he really had no choice. Besides, from the information that had just been leaked, Yunxiao's current strength was not something that Money Gang could afford to offend. When he heard Yunxiao talk about the 10 rules just now, the others present might not understand the meaning behind it because they were far from it, but he knew it very well. He was still excitedly thinking about how to develop in Yanwu, and how to use this opportunity to make the Money Gang the world's #1 chamber of commerce. But now, when they heard that Yunxiao was going to safeguard their property, they almost fainted on the spot. Li Chunyang also wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said awkwardly, Ingluo, this isn't good, Ingluo. There's nothing bad about it, Yunxiao said. As the lords of Yanwu, it's our duty to gather some resources and expand them. Qian Duoduo's face was livid. He gritted his teeth and said, Li Yunxiao, you can't go this far. I asked you to stay because I wanted to tell you that there's nothing else for you to do now. Yunxiao said, You can go now. Qian Duoduo, Ingluo. The other party looked like he was going to eat you. Yunxiao ignored him. Lady Su Lieni, Ling he said. From now on, you will have full authority to take over the Chamber of Commerce in Yanwu. He would combine the Money Gang and Tianyuan Trading Company in Yanwu to form a new trading company. In the future, any Chamber of Commerce that enters Yanwu will have to accept our management. This seems to be against the rules of the Merchant Union, Ding Ling said worriedly. They're taking over other merchant associations without restraint, and their management is closed. I'm afraid that other merchant associations will stay away from them. You're digging your own grave, Qian Duoduo said angrily. Yunxiao gave him a contemptuous look and said with a smile, "Now that the merchant union is in a mess, we can set up our own rules and open them up when we're big. After all, once the 10 rules are released, and the spiritual qi that has been sealed for 100,000 years is poured in, every inch of land in Yanwu will be worth its weight in gold, and the prices of goods will increase by 10 or 100 times. It will be a piece of cake for the city to expand by 10 times." Qian Duoduo's face was pale, and he pursed his lips without saying a word. What Yunxiao said was true. He was going to take the bulk of Yanwu's resources in his hands. Even if other chambers of commerce came in, they would be under his control, and he did not know how much profit they would get. Ding Ling was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes gradually lit up. This was equivalent to re-establishing the rules of the merchant union, with Yanwu as the center. They would first digest the internal resources, and when they grew bigger, they would leave Yanwu to compete with the outside world. Moreover, it would take hundreds of years for the 10 rules of the Land of Sealed Demons to be integrated into the world, which meant that the Chamber of Commerce in Yanwu had hundreds of golden years to develop into a world-famous Chamber of Commerce. Everyone understood that Yunxiao was right. There was no need to share the cake of Yanwu with others. "We can follow the merchant union's model in New Yen City," Yunxiao said. "All the experts who have moved into Yanwu must abide by the contract of advancing and retreating with Yanwu, and use the power of the contract and promise to restrain the warriors in the city. As long as the rules and order are established, everything else will be easy," Su Liani said excitedly. "For those who have the strength to break through to the godly state, they either don't make a contract. Once they do, they will never break their promise. Otherwise, it will create inner demons and lower the chances of reaching the immortal level. No one would dare to take this risk. I'll leave the construction of the city to you." Yunxiao nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble you." "This is what we should do," Su Liani hurriedly replied. Li Chunyang was slightly surprised, and he seemed to have heard something. "Yunxiao, you're leaving again?" "That's right," Yunxiao said. "I'm afraid the immortal land of the north will open soon. I must go there. The legendary land of gods, the eternal world, will open this time. It doesn't matter whether I can really become a god or not, but this time it will be a gathering of heroes. I have to go and join in the fun." Ding Linger laughed. "No hero in the world would ever think that Yanwu is the real place to become a god. Brother Yunxiao, you can spread the news while you're at it. In this way, Yanwu will soon become the #1 city in the world." Yunxiao shook his head. "It's not a good thing for the news to spread too fast. If all the experts of the heavenly martial realm come to Yanwu in an instant, I won't be able to stop them no matter how capable I am. It's better to let the news spread on its own and attract people to come one by one. This way, we can guide them and set up the rules." "Your world has far exceeded our imagination," Li Chunyang sighed. "Just do whatever you want. There are now teleportation arrays leading to the other 3 regions outside Yanwu, which were gradually built with the help of Heaven Origin and Money Chamber of Commerce. They could not offer any opinion about Yunxiao's ideas and plans, so they could only support him as much as they could. "Be careful, everyone." Yunxiao nodded. "I'll arrange for more people to help you." After all, this was a matter of great importance, and he was still very worried about everyone's safety. It would only be considered half done if the passageway between Shinshao Palace and the Long family was opened. Therefore, the guests and officials on the Divine Realm Tablet, Mo Xiaochuan, Halian Xiaohuang, Duan Yu, Yu Jilin, Dark Thunder, and the ugly demon possessed by the evil spirit were all left behind to guard Yanwu. With these people, even ordinary divine transcendence experts would not be able to break through. After instructing them on various matters, he bade farewell to everyone and left. His next stop was not to teleport to the North region, but to bring Xian Ruyu to the Heavenly Jewel sect. Back then, he had obtained the Bright Moon Divine Body inheritance in the Heavenly Jewel sect, which was the Light Glass Body. Now, he was almost certain that the inheritance was left behind by the Prince of the Southern region, Xiaofeng. For Xian Ruyu to be able to break through to open all 6 gates in such a short time, he must have been guided by an expert. A few hours later, he arrived at the Heavenly Jewel sect, the teleportation point. Looking around, he could see the moon pearls of the East Sea everywhere. However, they were dim, as if they had been eroded by time and had lost their luster. Thinking back to when he had left the southern region and obtained the light glass body inheritance here, he couldn't help but have mixed feelings. You really don't want to tell me who's behind this? Xianxia threw Xian Ruyu to the ground like a dead man. Xian Ruyu's face was ashen and lifeless. With all 6 gates destroyed, even if he could come back to life, he would be a piece of trash, not to mention that Xianxia might not even let him live. You dare to hurt my father? Xianxia said. You're dead meat. I only let you describe it to me because we both have the light glass body, so I'm giving you a good death. Since you don't cherish it, then the chance is gone. Xian Ruyu's body trembled and he suddenly cried out, Light glass body! You also know that Ming Yu has the light glass body? Ha ha ha, you dare to kill me? No matter how strong you are, you will definitely die. You will definitely be killed by that person. Ha ha ha, I'm his disciple. He'll definitely kill you. Xian Ruyu laughed wildly for a while before his voice stopped. He found Xianxia looking at him coldly, his face full of sarcasm and sympathy. What does it have to do with you whether that man will kill me or not? Xianxia asked. For a person who can't see the light of dawn, you obtain happiness by fantasizing about the life and death of others. It's sad and foolish, but other than this last fantasizing, what else do you have in your life? Xian Ruyu was stunned. An endless fear immediately spread from his heart. He had a bright future ahead of him, and he should have stood at the peak of the continent, not died in this dark cave. No, no, let me go. Save me. He screamed madly in his heart, but his throat seemed to be stuck, and he couldn't make a sound. His body flew up involuntarily and hung in the air. Then, extreme pain came from the depths of his soul. He was horrified to find that his soul was being extracted continuously. Boom! Xian Ruyu felt as if his brain had exploded, and he lost consciousness. His eyes were listless, and his face was blank. Xianxiao's divine sense blasted open his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness and began to search his memory. After a while, Xian Ruyu's body fell to the ground and landed in the middle of the cave. The moon pearls of the East Sea around him shone on him, and he looked a little miserable. He still had a silly smile on his face. He was completely dumbfounded. Xianxia casually pointed a finger at him, and with a bang, his body was immediately burned to ashes. Seeing that we both have the light glass body inheritance, I'll take pity on you. Then, with a flash of green light, Xianxia disappeared from the cave. The next day, Yanwu issued a large number of rules, sweeping away its previous dejection, opening up new doors, and expanding the city with soil and stone. Everyone had their own speculations, and most of them speculated that the reappearance of the phenomenon not only brought in a large amount of spiritual energy but also found the source of it, which gave Yanwu the confidence to develop. At the same time, to everyone's surprise, the city lord's office directly sent someone to take over the 2 largest chambers of commerce in the city, Heaven Essence and Gold Coins, and began to integrate them into the Chamber of Commerce of Yanwu. The 2 chambers of commerce didn't even resist at all, and they were just submissively integrated. The Money Chamber of Commerce even welcomed and supported the establishment of Yanwu's Chamber of Commerce with a banner, and announced that it would give all its assets in Yanwu to the Chamber of Commerce unconditionally, hoping to establish a long-term friendship with them. Although Qian Duoduo was extremely depressed, with the rise of Yanwu, not only would the world's situation change drastically in the future, but the situation in the Merchant Union would also change dramatically. He was also a sensible man, so he immediately made the wisest choice. Although the other party had eaten a piece of your flesh, you still had to smile and say, "Well eaten, you're welcome to eat more." After a long time, Qian Duoduo's decisiveness brought incalculable benefits to Money Gang, allowing Money Gang to continue standing at the peak of the continent in this turbulent era. A few days later, on a huge island in the North Sea, people came and went in an endless stream, but everyone had a solemn expression on their faces, and the entire place was filled with a tense atmosphere. "Hello. May I ask where your identity card is?" In front of a large teleportation formation, the dozens of people who had just arrived all took out a light blue jade card to prove their identity before leaving in a hurry. One of the young green-robed men was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't have a jade card. The guards immediately became alert and went forward to ask. Furthermore, the green-robed man did not have any origin power fluctuations on his body, yet he had an extraordinary temperament, causing the guards to not dare to slight him. Although dozens of auras were locked onto the man in green, they were still very polite and respectful. The green-robed man was surprised and asked, "Do I need an identity card? I've been to the Big Wheel Island several times, but I've never heard of such a thing." "So you've been here before, sir?" the guard quickly replied. "Seeing that you have an extraordinary temperament, you must be from an aristocratic family. Recently, the North Region Fairland has been opened, and the entire Big Wheel Island has been on guard. All those who are allowed to enter and leave will be issued identity jade cards in advance." "I see, but I don't have an identity jade card. I only have this," the green-robed man said. He took out an iron token. The runes on it had turned scarlet, and they were glaring. "Natural moat order." The guard was shocked, thinking that he had seen it wrong. His eyes widened. Sure enough, this thing couldn't be faked. In the past few days, many people had come here with the natural moat token, but all of them were powerful warriors. However, this man in front of him looked so young. "My lord, please tell me your name." The guard hurriedly bowed and said, "Li Yunxiao." The azure-robed man said indifferently. The guard's entire body trembled. He hurriedly said, "So it's Lord Cloudsky. Quickly invite him in." Yunxiao's reputation and status in the secluded sects were unparalleled, and almost everyone knew him. Immediately, a luxurious war chariot glowed with gold and wrapped in jade, pulled by 2 dragon horses with wings on their backs. The dragon horse was a special kind of demon beast in the natural mode ocean. No one knew how it was raised, but it could fly, run on land, and walk on water. Could go anywhere in the world, and it was extremely fast. The guard quickly retreated to the side and bowed. "Lord Cloudsky, please get on the carriage. This dragon carriage will bring you to the entrance of the Immortal land." "What a precious dragon spine." Yunxiao raised his eyes and said, "The natural mode ocean is really warm-hearted." The guard smiled embarrassedly and said, "This is an emperor-grade dragon heir. It's rare even in the natural mode ocean. From what I know, there are less than 10 of them in the entire natural mode ocean. This emperor-grade dragon carriage was personally ordered by Lady Nanchio Yu to be used by Lady Yunxiao." Yunxiao looked over and saw that the 2 dragon horses were indeed a little different from the others. The wings on their backs flickered with a faint green light, which was of the thunder attribute, and when their 4 hooves stomped on the ground, a faint flame appeared. Even their bodies were slightly larger than ordinary dragon horses. "It's rare for Nanchio Yu to be so thoughtful. It would be impolite for me to decline." Yunxiao's figure flickered as he got into the dragon carriage. The guard quickly retreated to the side and said, "My lord, please go. No matter where it is, this dragon carriage can bring Darren there. In addition, this dragon horse is able to travel unhindered within the territory of the overseas aristocratic families." "Yes." Yunxiao nodded and said, "Has anyone from the Divine Firmament Palace and the Long family come?" "The 2 sects have already sent people here, but Wu Fu and the others have brought a large number of warriors with them. Each natural moat token can only allow 1 person to pass through, so they are still on the island." After Yunxiao asked for the direction, he gave the dragon horse a divine thought. The dragon horse immediately understood and strode forward with its head held high. The thunderstorm wings on his back flapped, and his 4 hooves created sparks as he disappeared from the spot. The entire Big Wheel Island was tens of thousands of miles away. It was like a small piece of land. However, the emperor-grade dragon carriage was extremely fast. After an hour, they arrived above a building. The building was a little far from the center of the island, but there were many people there. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yunxiao sensed thousands of people. They were all from the heavenly martial continent, and they were all arranged to stay in this area. The coordinates on the natural mode order had completely emerged. Many people had already set off, but their followers could only stay on the island. All of a sudden, an extremely strong spirit sense came from that building and reached to the chariot. As soon as Yunxiao's divine sense contacted the other party, The divine sense trembled with excitement. With a flash of light, Chu Hongyan appeared in front of the chariot and said in surprise, "Fei Yang, you've finally come." Chu Hongyan was so happy that she cried. Her eyes were shining, and she looked pitiful. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He got off the chariot and gently held her in his arms as he said softly, "I've made you worry." Chu Hongyan pressed her face against Yunxiao's chest and could hear his heartbeat clearly. At that moment, the two of them were almost one. Chu Hongyan felt very peaceful and quiet, and the anxiety she had felt for the past few days had completely disappeared. Yunxiao's chest was like a warm spring, warming her whole body and making her feel unspeakably comfortable. It was as if he had found his home, not only physically, but also spiritually. "My husband, my husband, my husband, my husband, my husband, my husband, my husband." Suddenly, Fanny's voice came from behind them. She said the two words very softly and looked at the two of them in a daze. Her cheeks were slightly red and she seemed a little embarrassed. Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan were separated immediately, both feeling a little uncomfortable. "I'm fine, you guys can continue." Fei and I suddenly chuckled. "You little girl," Chu Hongyan scolded with a bashful smile. "I'm afraid you have mixed feelings inside. You're so jealous that you're turning over a jar of vinegar." Fanny squinted her eyes and laughed. "How can that be? Husband and sister are the most compatible couple. They're immortals. I can only be envious. You and I are sisters, so there's no need to be so distant," Chu Hongyan said. "Thank you, big sister," Fanny said excitedly, her heart filled with joy. This sentence meant that Chu Hongyan's heart had accepted her. This was the thing that had been the most worrying for a long time. Finally, the stone was lifted off the ground. She suddenly felt that the sky was far away, the world was vast, and it was unspeakably beautiful. "Fei Yang, you must treat Sister Fanny well in the future," Chu Hongyan said with a smile. Yunxiao found it strange. The two were clearly hostile to each other before, so why did they suddenly become so intimate? However, he was naturally happy to see the current situation. Only then did Fanny come forward, grabbed Yunxiao's arm, and leaned against him as she said softly, "I heard from Sister Hongyan that my husband was caught in a spatial storm. I was so scared that I couldn't rest in peace for the past few days. Fortunately, God has eyes and allowed my husband to return unscathed. Not only is he perfectly fine, but he even made it in time for the immortal land to open," Chu Hongyan said with a smile. Her pupils suddenly constricted as she stared at Yunxiao and said in surprise, "Fei Yang, your cultivation is weak." Fanny also looked up at Yunxiao with a suspicious look in her eyes. "Husband, what's wrong with your cultivation? Why can't I feel any elemental energy fluctuations?" Their faces turned pale. One of them was at the peak of perfection realm, and the other had the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix, but they could not sense Yunxiao's energy fluctuations. That could only mean one thing. Yunxiao did not have any energy flowing in his body. Chu Hongyan's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. She gritted her teeth and said, "Who was it? Who did this?" Tears welled up in her eyes, and finally, she couldn't help but shed them. Fanny was also covering her mouth with tears in her eyes. She could not believe it, but no matter how she tried to sense, Yunxiao's body was like still water, without any ripples. Their hands and feet went cold, thinking that Yunxiao's martial foundation had been destroyed, which would be a great blow to him, who had once ruled the world. "Husband, no matter what you become, Fanny will always be by your side." Fanny could not help but cry as well, but she did not dare to cry out loud, for fear of touching Yunxiao's scar. Chu Hongyan also gritted her teeth and nodded. "I am the same. I am as strong as a rock. I can die for 1,000 years." Yunxiao was taken aback when he saw the two men burst into tears uncontrollably. He felt that he could not explain it, and did not know how to comfort them. He released a powerful aura and crushed the two of them. The tears on their faces immediately stopped, and they both revealed a look of shock. "This Ing Luo." Chu Hongyan was stunned. "What kind of power is this? It's as vast as the sea. I can't feel any origin power at all, but it's more sacred and pure, as if it's closer to the great Tao." Could Feiyang have gotten another opportunity? It's a long story, Yunxiao nodded. I was just about to discuss it with you. This energy is called spiritual energy. Spiritual energy. The two of them cried out involuntarily. With their knowledge, they naturally knew what spiritual energy was. Don't be surprised, Yunxiao said. Let me tell you one by one. I've really stepped into the immortal realm now, the true immortal realm. Entering the God realm. As soon as he said that, no matter how mentally prepared they were, the two women were still so shocked that their mouths could be stuffed with watermelons. Yunxiao immediately cast an array formation to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Then, he told them in detail about what had happened in the sealed land and Yenwu, and the two men were dumbfounded. If Yenwu has the opportunity to become a god, then the northern region's fairyland and the eternal world will be in conflict, Feini said. It's indeed not necessary for us, Yunxiao said, but it's not impossible to go there. After all, the eternal world has been famous for tens of thousands of years, and there must be something special about it. When the trip to the immortal land is over, you can head to Yenwu to break through, and at the same time, you can stay in Yenwu to ensure that the passage between the three places is opened. Chu Hongyan came back to her senses after a while and said, If Feiyang didn't tell me, I wouldn't have believed it. The demon sealing seal was damaged, and the 10 rules returned to heaven and earth. This was the biggest event in 100,000 years, and its impact was incalculable. I'll immediately ask Hua Shang to take some people to Yenwu to keep watch. Feini immediately reacted and said, I'll also immediately send a few elders to bring people over. The news hasn't spread yet, and all the experts have gathered on Great Will Island, so no one should go to Yenwu in a short time. Let's occupy the geographical advantage first and make proper arrangements. Then I'm relieved, Yunxiao said. I'm going to build Yenwu into an iron wall like the 7 major forces in a short period of time, or even better than them. Chu Hongyan said, Since the opportunity to become a god has appeared, we are not in a hurry to go to the immortal land of the North region. First, we will gather the people of the two sects and make a clear overall plan. It is not too late to go to the immortal land after each of them has been assigned. You're absolutely right, sister. Feini laughed excitedly. I don't even want to go to the immortal land now. I can't wait to fly straight to Yenwu. The three of them immediately descended from the sky. Chu Hongyan and Fei and I immediately gathered the people from both sides and soon met in a hall. Almost all the high-level officials of the two sects knew Yunxiao. When they saw him sit alone while Chu Hongyan and Feini just sat on the two sides, they were all dissatisfied. But there was nothing they could do. Luo Chunru's face was as unsightly as wax. It turns out that the palace master is waiting for Gu Feiyang. If we miss the important event of entering the eternal world and the opportunity to become a god, I'm afraid that it will cause the hatred of Xianxia Palace for thousands of years. Many elders of Xianxia Palace frowned. Although Luo Chunru was used to being hostile to Chu Hongyan in Xianxia Palace, there were a large number of Long family members present at the moment. If she did not give face to the sect master, it would damage the reputation of the entire Xianxia Palace. Mi Jihan's expression darkened as well. She said coldly, Luo Chunru, if you're feeling impatient, you can leave the natural moat token behind and go back to Xianxia Palace on your own. Luo Chunru had nothing to fear after receiving the natural moat token, but she did not dare to offend Mi Jihan either. After letting out a muffled grunt, she did not make another sound. Yunxiao looked over and said, Elder Chunru, since you have the natural moat token, why don't you go there yourself? Luo Chunru laughed coldly and said, You think I don't want to go first? If it wasn't for the palace master forcing us to wait for you, everyone would have left first. Yunxiao made an inviting gesture with a smile and said, I'm truly sorry. Elder Chunru, you can go first. Luo Chunru was stunned and turned to look at Chu Hongyan. Since Feiyang said you can go first, then you can go first, Chu Hongyan also said indifferently. All the people of Xianxia Palace and the Long family frowned slightly when they heard that. They did not expect that they would listen to Yunxiao for such an important matter in Xianxia Palace. Moreover, judging from Chu Hongyan's look, she seemed to have said that intentionally in order to establish Yunxiao's prestige. Xan Han thought for a moment and said, Then you should go first. I don't know why Gu Feiyang has gathered the people of our two sects, but maybe he'll make a lot of noise, so as not to delay your trip to the North Region Fairyland, which may delay the major things. It's good that you go first. Luo Chunru was overjoyed. Then I'll take my leave first. First Supreme Elder, Palace Master, farewell. Ha ha ha. Luo Chunru couldn't help but laugh out loud. She then used her escape technique and disappeared from the hall in a flash. The Long family members all looked at Fanny. Although some of them were unhappy, they did not dare to voice it. Those who harbored evil intentions had long been treated as dissidents by Fanny. She would not give them any room to improve, so they all stayed in Sky Ridge. Those who could be brought out were their own people, and at least they were obedient. Although Chiu Mujia had stayed in the Heavenly Ridge, he was not a member of the Long family, so he was not very polite to Yunxiao. Only he dared to show his dissatisfaction as he snorted. Can't you just talk while we walk? We've wasted enough time waiting for you. Don't be impatient, Yunxiao said with a smile. When I tell you, perhaps you won't want to go to Langya Heaven anymore. Everyone can feel this power in detail. After he finished speaking, a vast and mighty force surged out of his body and fell on everyone like raindrops. Everyone present was a powerful cultivator, and they could not help but look shocked. This kind of power was like fog and frost, like the moon and water, radiant and holy. Even with their vast experience, they had never seen it before. Although it was unfamiliar, many people's hearts began to palpitate. Under the nourishment of this power, their hearts felt very peaceful, as if a door had slowly opened in their hearts. It was something that they yearned for, but could not reach. Even if he couldn't, he could feel the vastness of the heavenly Tao and the endless power. Yunxiao was sitting quietly on it, wearing a green robe. One of his eyes was like a breeze, and the other was like the moon. He seemed to have seen all the scenes in the hall, leaving only the sight for the crowd to look up at. This is the Kasaya. This is the power of the spirit. Mi Jihan's entire body suddenly trembled, and she lost her composure as she screamed. Her hands and feet trembled uncontrollably, and she had completely lost her demeanor. Spiritual energy? Everyone present was shocked. After a brief moment of surprise, they all looked at Yunxiao in horror and shock. Chiu Mujia forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He said, "You've already entered the immortal state." "Yes." Yunxiao nodded and said. The moment that pressure was withdrawn, everyone felt their hearts empty, as if something had been taken away by someone. Upon hearing Yunxiao's admission, the hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone's brain was in a daze, and they were completely unable to think. A realm that had disappeared for 100,000 years had reappeared in the world. What did this mean? Chiu Mujia's eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and even a little disappointment. He said in a self-deprecating manner, "Haha, you're the first one to take this step." Over the years, countless geniuses and countless explorations had all ended in failure. Li Yunxiao, you are really the strongest man in the world in the last 100,000 years. Everyone's heart trembled. Only then did they come back to their senses. The person before them was actually the first person in 100,000 years. The hall was still as silent as death. Although the spiritual energy's pressure had been withdrawn, the atmosphere became even more oppressive. Everyone's hands were covered in cold sweat, and even their breathing was extremely slow, afraid of making a sound. "Is it because of that holy artifact?" asked Chiu Mujia. "It's rumored that only those who possess a holy artifact have a chance of becoming a deity." "Lord Mujia is thinking too much," Yunxiao said with a smile. "So are you. The reason why I was able to step into the godly state was because of the reappearance of the 10 rules of the world. After today, there will no longer be any transcendent beings. Everyone here will have the opportunity to step into the godly state." Looking at everyone's stunned expressions, Yunxiao immediately told them the whole story in detail. The entire hall suddenly burst into an uproar. There were all kinds of shock and excitement, and many people were incoherent. After all, the news was too shocking. If he hadn't felt the spiritual energy's pressure earlier, he wouldn't have believed it at all. "Lord Feiyang, Where is the place where the law is released? Yan Jihan asked with a trembling voice. Please give me the exact coordinates. Yes. Please give me the exact coordinates. Everyone quieted down and spoke in unison. Yunxiao glanced at the crowd and said, I don't have the coordinates yet, but it's near Yanwu. This is also the reason why I've gathered all of you here. Just now, I said that everyone has the opportunity to become a god. Of course, this opportunity will depend on whether you are willing to grasp it. The crowd was taken aback. When they saw the smile on Yunxiao's face, they knew that he was about to make an offer. However, at this moment, other than asking him to cut off his head, he would probably agree to any price. Of course I'm willing to, Xian Shuhan quickly replied. I hope Lord Feiyang will give me a chance. She knew that she did not have much time left and had already seen through life and death. This was her last chance in the world of everlasting life, but she did not have much hope. But it was different now. The opportunity to become a god was right in front of him. It was not something illusory, but easy to get. As long as she entered the immortal realm, she could extend her life by hundreds or even thousands of years. Even if Yunxiao wanted to take her as a concubine, she would probably agree. For some reason, Yunxiao shuddered and found himself covered in goosebumps. He said, Now that the rules of the 10 directions have reappeared in the world, it will definitely cause chaos in the world. He explained the current situation of the world and Yanwu in detail, and then talked about his plans for Yanwu and the Alliance. Everyone realized that Yanwu's rise was already unstoppable. Although they didn't want to see the rise of other forces as one of the 7 superpowers, they couldn't care too much about matters related to the 10 divine realms. That's right. Mi Jihan clapped and praised. Now that the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation have lost their responsibilities, we must establish our own alliance with Yanwu as the center and rebuild the order of the world. Everyone's heart trembled. Mi Jihan's words had directly elevated Yanwu to a higher level, making it the center of the alliance and the center of order. But, with Yunxiao's current power and Yanwu's current special status, it was not a bad idea. Moreover, judging from the relationship between the sect masters of the 2 sects and Yunxiao, it was likely that they had planned to do so long ago. Although many people were a little dissatisfied, if Yanwu could really develop to the level of the 2 Holy Lands, it would be able to raise the status of Xinshao Palace and the Long family. At least for now, the benefits of the 10 rules would be enjoyed by the 2 parties first. At the thought of the 10 rules and the massive amount of spiritual energy, everyone could not help but lick their lips, wishing they could fly to Yanwu right now. Since no one has any objections, let's discuss it, Chu Hongyan said. The number of people entering Langia Heaven this time will be reduced, and the rest will go to Yanwu to help with the construction and defense of the city. Yes, Mi Yanhan said. I'll lead the team to Yanwu. Those who are willing to give up the opportunity to enter Langia Heaven. Follow me. There was a commotion in Xinshao Palace. Almost everyone stood behind Mi Yuhan. Lang Yatian was no longer attractive to them. The Long family was also in a heated discussion, arguing that they should go to Yanwu. Both Chu Hongyan and Feini were speechless as they looked at Yunxiao. There's no hurry to go to Yanwu, Yunxiao said with a smile. After all, the rules of the 10 directions are only useful for peak 9 stars experts. It doesn't make much sense for the others to go. After all, Langia Heaven was an ancient celestial realm, and perhaps he could obtain a great opportunity. Besides, Yanwu is under our control, so we can go there at any time. That being said, there were still very few people willing to go to Langia Heaven. In that case, Yunxiao said with a wry smile, I'll let you do as you wish. He took out a token and threw it to Yan Jihan. This is the city token of Yanwu. Take it with you and state your purpose. Yan Jihan hurriedly grabbed the token and said excitedly, Lord Feiyang, don't worry. I'll definitely make Yanwu an iron wall. The Long family members were also rubbing their hands in excitement. After a while, all the warriors of the 2 sects rose to the sky and went to the teleportation formation of Big Wheel Island. Yunxiao, Chu Hongyan, and Feini were the only 3 left. After all, the warriors who could be brought to Langia Heaven were all top experts of the 2 sections. It was difficult to resist the attraction of spiritual qi and rules. If I were not with Fei Yong, I would have gone to Yanwu, Chu Hongyan said with a wry smile. Feini too, Feini giggled. Yun Xiao held their hands and said, It's only a few days. We've already waited for 100,000 years. Can't we wait for 10 days? Let's go. The three of them sat on the Emperor Grey Dragon carriage at the same time, but it did not seem crowded. Yun Xiao took out the natural mote token. The coordinates above kept flashing, and he communicated with the dragon horses with his divine sense. The two dragon horses immediately understood what he meant. With a stomp of their hooves, flames burst out, and the wind and thunder wings on their backs flapped. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the sky above the building. Soon, the dragon carriage left the Big Will Island, heading toward the coordinates shown on the natural mote token. A few days later, there were martial artists flying over the sea and sky from time to time, or war chariots in the air. They were all martial artists heading toward the coordinates. There were also dragon carriages among them, but they were much smaller than Yun Xiao's Emperor Grade 1. The people on the dragon carriages were surprised and tried to probe with their divine senses, but they found nothing. Suddenly, a violent elemental energy wave came from 10,000 miles ahead. The chariot seemed to be frightened. It stopped in the air with a long neigh. Chu Hongyan looked into the distance, but she couldn't see anything because it was too far away. She asked curiously, This Emperor Grey Dragon Centipede is a 9th order monster beast, and it's very powerful, but it won't be scared of ordinary things. I'm afraid there must be some powerful warrior in front of us. Of those who can come to Langia Heaven, Yun Xiao said indifferently. Which one of them is weak? He patted the back of the two dragon horses to calm them down and continued to run forward. A moment later, 3 figures flew over. The 3 of them were pale and looked terrible, as if their wives had run away. When the 3 of them saw Long Ju, their eyelids twitched and they immediately stopped in front of him. My friend, the person in the lead hurriedly called out. He waved his hand and stopped Long Chen. I am Buz. These 2 are Zhou Guang and Mao Qiao. These 3 people were also well-known people. When they were invited to Langia Heaven, they thought that the other party would be surprised after they reported their names. However, the 3 people were obviously disappointed. There was also a man and 2 women sitting on the dragon carriage, and they seemed to have never heard of their names. Yun Xiao glanced at the 3 men, then said indifferently, What's the matter? Are the 3 of you going to Langia Heaven? Buz was slightly unhappy. Yes, Yun Xiao said. Aren't you 3? The 3 of them looked at each other and lowered their heads in shame. Buz clenched his right fist and coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. Of course we are. I wonder what your names are. Since you are also going to Langia Heaven, you must be famous. Do you have any natural mote tokens? Of course I have the natural mote token, Yun Xiao said. Otherwise, how can I go to Langia Heaven? Buz's face revealed a happy expression, and he hurriedly said, Can you let us take a look at your natural mote tokens? Why should I show you? Yun Xiao asked. Don't you have any? Buz chuckled and gave them a look. Zhou Guang and Mao Qiao immediately moved to the sides and surrounded Long Chen. At the same time, they spread out their aura, locking the space around them like a heavenly shield, as if they were afraid that Yun Xiao and the other 2 would run away. We did have one before, but it was unfortunately stolen, so we hope to borrow it from the 3 of you, Buz said. Robbed? Yun Xiao was taken aback. Someone's here to snatch this? He asked in surprise. Moreover, since he has the ability to snatch, it can be seen that his strength is extraordinary. Naturally, he has the qualifications to go to Langia Heaven. Zhou Guang rebuked. Stop talking nonsense. Take out the natural mote token and leave this dragon carriage behind, and I'll let you go. The heaven of Langia has already opened. I don't have time to waste with you. I think you 3 are quite strong, Yun Xiao said with a smile. I also like talents. Why don't the 3 of you become my attendants and I'll bring you into Langia Heaven? Follower. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, and then their expressions became strange. Buz laughed out loud and said, Ha ha ha. You want us to be your followers? There's no one in the world who dares to say such big words. Mao Chao was an old woman and she also laughed in a strange way. She stomped her foot and said sarcastically, "He even brought us into Langya heaven. A natural moat token can only allow one person to enter. He doesn't even have this much knowledge. No wonder he said that he would take us in as his followers." Yunxiao waved his hand, and 3 beams of light shot out. The 3 of them were shocked and thought that the other party was the first to attack. However, when they turned around and saw what was inside the light, they were shocked and grabbed it with their hands. The 3 people all drew in a cold breath and said in shock, "Natural mode order." The people of Xianxia Palace and the Long family had all returned to Yanwu, but they had 4 tokens. "Since you have the token, you are now my attendant," Yunxiao said. "Follow Longchen. Let's go." His carefreeness had an irresistible force that caused the hearts of the 3 to tremble. Zhou Guang's eyes flickered with a fierce light, as if he wanted to attack. He looked at the 2 of them and asked for their opinions. Wuxia slightly shook his head. He looked extremely serious. Anyone who could ride on the Imperial Dragon carriage and give out 3 natural moat tokens so casually was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, among the 3 people on the dragon carriage, apart from the red-dressed girl on the left, he could not sense the strength of the man in the middle and the veiled woman on the right. This made him feel very uneasy. Wuxia cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, friend, for giving me the token. I'm extremely grateful. But if you want the 3 of us to be your followers, you're being too whimsical. Although the 3 of us aren't famous figures, we're still experts of our own and are renowned overseas. In return, we have a piece of valuable information to tell you. Thousands of miles away, there is someone who is trying to rob the natural moat tokens, and that person is very powerful. The 3 of us fell for it and planned to take a detour. Friend, you can take a detour with us. Why are we wasting our time talking to them? Since we have the natural moat order, let's go." The 3 of them immediately flew into the distance, trying to bypass the ridge in front of them. "Husband, these 3 people are very silly and nah." Fanny laughed. With a point of his finger, 36 northern heaven cold star swords flew out and caught up with the 3 in an instant, turning into a sword array and falling from the sky. Suddenly, a sword realm opened up and trapped Buz and the other 2 within it. The sea of swords churned, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. The 3 of them could not see through Yunxiao's strength, but they did not expect him to strike so fiercely. Although the sword array was still, they could feel that it contained an extremely powerful killing move. The 3 of them did not dare to act rashly. Wuxia said in shock, "Friend, the 3 of us are grateful for the natural moat command plate, but we have already returned the favor with information. Why do you have to force us?" "That information is worthless," Yunxiao said indifferently, "because I have no intention of avoiding it. You 3 can either return the natural moat token and cut off your own arms as punishment for offending me. Otherwise, you can be my attendant and listen to my orders." "Haha, cut off his own arms? To think you could think of that." Zhou Guang was so angry that he laughed. "No one in the world dares to speak to us like this. No wonder you're so arrogant. Are you just relying on this sword formation technique? But you're still too young to trap the 3 of us." He roared and his body expanded. His veins popped up and he clenched his fists. A golden light emerged from his fists and transformed into 2 golden spears. He threw them out. Bang! Bang! The 2 long spears struck the sword formation and immediately caused waves of sword essence ripples. Zhou Guang roared once again, and golden light appeared all over his body. It was completely different from the inextinguishable golden body. It was just a kind of metal-type divine power. His skin was covered in a dense golden light, and the sharp air around him was constantly cut. Boom! Zhou Guang flashed up and grabbed the 2 golden spears that were stuck in the formation light with both hands. He forcefully tore them to the sides, trying to break the sword formation. Wuxia and Mao Chao were both surprised and happy. They rushed forward, wanting to help. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he performed an incantation gesture with one hand and pointed at the 36 swords. The 36 swords immediately began to spin, sending sword runes flying into the sky and crushing the vacuum like snowflakes. Boom, boom, boom. Wuxia and Mao Chao were shocked. They did not dare to move forward. They brandished their weapons to resist the sword talismans that were spinning in the sky. A series of bang-bang sounds could be heard. Zhou Guang was also swallowed by the sword talisman in an instant. The golden light on his body lasted for a moment before it was broken. Countless sword chi slashed at his body. And soon, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The three of them were filled with fear. They had never seen such a terrifying sword formation in their lives. The three of them tried their best to resist, but they couldn't hold on for long. Soon, they were all covered in blood and felt that they were dead for sure. Ziquang shouted, "Please spare me, my lord. Please stop. Please stop. The three of us are willing to be your followers." Zhou Guang and Mao Chao were both shocked and furious. They glared at the cloth, but since their lives were in danger, they did not say anything. Wuxia said bitterly, "We're the meat on the chopping block. Besides, we were the ones who provoked them first, so even if they really killed us, they wouldn't have anything to say." The two of them fell silent, their expressions and moods extremely bad. Originally, they were going to the North Region Fairyland happily, hoping to find opportunities to reach the next level. But they never dreamed that they would meet bandits on the way and their natural moat tokens were stolen. It wasn't easy to get 3 more pieces, but the result was even worse, and he became a slave. After the cloth begged for mercy, the sword array was finally torn apart, and all 36 swords flew back into Xianxia's body. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. At least their lives were temporarily saved, but none of them looked good. "Since you've become my attendant, you should have the awareness of an attendant," Xianxia said coldly. "If I'm dissatisfied, I'll take your lives directly." Their faces turned green and white, and their eyes were filled with anger, despair, and fear. "Let's go," he said. Xianxia said indifferently, not even bothering to look at the three of them. He drove the dragon carriage forward and said, "If you don't catch up, you'll die after falling 1,000 feet. The Emperor Grey Dragon carriage was extremely fast, and it was already 10,000 feet away as soon as it finished speaking. The three of them were shocked and didn't dare to disobey. They hurriedly used their strongest escape technique and gritted their teeth to follow behind, not daring to fall. Zhou Guang's expression was extremely gloomy as he transmitted his voice to the other two. "Are we really going to be slaves? What's the point of living like this? Why don't we fight him to the death? We'll die a happy death." Mao Chao said in a deep voice, "Die quickly? I'm afraid I'll die in a cowardly manner." The three of them had ugly expressions on their faces. When they thought of the sword formation, they were all terrified, as if they didn't have the courage to fight. Mao Chao said, "This man is so young and so powerful. He also has the Emperor Grey Dragon air of the natural mode ocean. He's definitely not an ordinary man. Do the two of you know of this person's background?" Wuxia replied, "The three of us rarely travel around the continent, so how would we know? If I knew, I wouldn't have dared to provoke such a terrifying fiend." Mao Chao's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the corner of her mouth revealed a proud smile. "This kid is too arrogant. No matter who he is, don't forget about the fiend in front of you." He. When the three of them thought of the person in front of them, their bodies trembled and their dispirited spirits were roused. They all had the same thought, hoping that this young man and the person in front would fight until both sides were injured, so that the three of them could take the opportunity to escape. On the dragon carriage, Fanny snuggled up on Xiao's shoulder and said with a tender smile, "Those three people don't seem to be very honest. Husband, aren't you afraid of the opposite effect by bringing these three people?" Xiao patted her hair and said with a smile, "These three people are all peak 9-star experts. They are also heroes who dominate a region on the continent. It would be a pity to kill them. I can still make use of it if I bring it back to Yanwu." Chu Hongyan said, "Yanwu has a bright future, but it's indeed too weak. Even with the power of Shenshao Palace and the Long family, we may not be able to hold on. There are too many things that need to be fixed. It's indeed necessary to recruit more top-tier experts. It's just that I don't know how to make them obediently listen. If they have strange thoughts, it will be a disaster. It's easy to make them obedient, Xianxia said with a smile. You can use absolute strength to suppress them until they dare not resist, and then use the sweetness of the 10 rules to make them loyal to you. If these 2 moves can't tame them, then there's no point in keeping them alive. I won't be soft-hearted either. Fanny said, my husband is really good at using people. These 3 people are quite powerful. I wonder who is blocking the road and robbing us. Why are the 3 of them so afraid? We'll see them soon, Xianxia said with a smile. No matter who they are, there are not many people in the world who can take the natural moat token from us. The dragon carriage flew through the air. Only a faint ball of fire and the power of wind and lightning contained within it could be seen. Wuxia and the other 2 cultivators turned into rays of light and followed him with all their might, but they could only barely stay within 1,000 feet. The 3 of them complained incessantly and cursed in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. They could only brace themselves and run madly. A moment later, after traveling thousands of miles, the Emperor Grey Dragon carriage suddenly stopped in the sky above a sea. The sea and sky were vast, but the dragon horse seemed to be extremely afraid. It neighed softly and did not dare to take another step forward. Wuxia and the other 2 staggered over, unable to catch their breath. Wuxia said in shock, It's Bayan. It's in this sea region. Someone is snatching the token. He looked around in horror, still feeling a lingering fear. Xianxia looked ahead and said indifferently, Since you want to snatch something, just show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the waves surged and large amounts of water vapor rose, filling the sky with white mist. In the white steam, a large number of human figures gradually appeared. There were actually hundreds of them. These figures all had strange faces and uneven figures. The sea water was directly split apart by the monstrous aura. Demon race. Those hundreds of people were from the demon race, and the demonic chi that came from them showed that they were all very strong. Xianxia was even more stunned when he saw the person in front of him. It's Yu Ingluo. A few people stood in front of the hundreds of demons. They were all familiar faces. Xianxia read the names one by one and said, Mr. Huang, Gu Qingqing, Young Master Yu, Duanmu Tsang Xuanji. The 4 of them, who were standing on a green light, also looked over. Duanmu Yu smiled bitterly and waved his hand in greeting. He then turned to the referee and said, My lord, I'm right, aren't I? I'm sure I'll meet Li Yunxiao here. Mo Lung snorted as he stared coldly at Yunxiao. He reached out his hand and said, Give me the Buddhist demon's sacred art. What are you talking about, Mr. Ku? Yunxiao asked. Why can't I understand? Wuxia and the other 2 were shocked. They didn't think that this young man would know these demon race people, and as soon as they thought about the name Li Yunxiao, they immediately realized what was going on, and their faces turned pale. It turned out that the fiend they had provoked was this man. Hee, little lover, you're still pretending. You've also deceived this lady. Gu Qingqing chuckled. TSK. I didn't expect the demon race's supreme art, the Buddhist demon's sacred art, to be on you. No wonder you were able to make it look so real at the foot of the 5-Cloud Mountain. It was in your hands all along. That thing is the supreme magical power of the demon race, Mo said sincerely. It's useless for you to keep it. Why don't you buy me a favor? He also knew that Yunxiao was not someone to be trifled with, especially the beauty beside him, Chu Hongyan, whose strength was no less than his. If he were to fight with Yunxiao by force, it would be difficult for him to gain any advantage. So he might as well find a way to exchange for her. Yunxiao touched his chin and said in surprise, I'm very curious. Why do you all insist that the thing is on me? Gu Qingqing laughed. My little lover, don't you know what the Duanmu family is capable of? It's been 100,000 years. Isn't it easy to calculate the location of the Buddhist demon sacred art? 100,000 years? So it was you, Duanmu Yoyu, who betrayed me. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he stared at the Duanmu siblings. Duanmu Yoyu hurriedly explained and said bitterly, We were forced to do so. We were just enjoying the flowers and drinking at home. Who knew that these 2 would barge in? We were no match for them, so we could only be threatened. Humph! Yunxiao snorted. Since you can calculate 100,000 years, Can't you see that someone has broken in? It's precisely because we predicted that there would be a calamity that my brother and I decided to stay in Changtian and not come out, hoping to avoid the calamity. Who knew we would be found by them? Duanmu Tsang forced a smile. Haha, this is the heavenly Tao. How can the heavenly Tao be changed? Gu Qingqing laughed. Yun Xiao snorted and said coldly, Then, did you and your sister predict that you would be annihilated later? Or would you fall into the sea and be eaten by fish and shrimp? Killing intent flashed across his face. He was obviously extremely dissatisfied. Duanmu Yoyu smiled bitterly. I believe that Brother Yunxiao would not be so heartless. He should be able to get through this safely. Forget about it before. The sign showed that there was no danger. Yunxiao nodded and said, You're quite accurate. I've always been skeptical about divination, but now I'm more than half convinced. You two will follow me and tell my fortune every day. The Duanmu siblings were both embarrassed. Duanmu Yuyu quickly said, Brother Yunxiao, you think too highly of us. We can only get a glimpse of this divination if we have the chance of the heavenly Tao, and it's too harmful to us. For example, we lost 10 years of our lifespans when we divined the whereabouts of the Buddhist demon sacred art and Brother Yunxiao's traces. Furthermore, this was something that could only be calculated at this price because the Buddhist demon sacred art had been around for a long time. If it had just appeared, I'm afraid that even 100 years of my lifespan might not be able to figure out its whereabouts. It doesn't matter, Yunxiao said. I can see that you and your sister still have many years to live. It's enough for you to help me read my fortune a few times. The Duanmu siblings, Ing Luo, Duanmu Yoyu's eyes suddenly flashed and his expression changed. He said in shock, Li Yunxiao, look at your cultivation base. It was only then that the others came to their senses. They all looked at Yunxiao in surprise, their eyes filled with surprise and doubt. Even with their knowledge, they could not tell Yunxiao's current cultivation base. But Yunxiao avoided the topic and said, Now that things have come to this, I can't deny it. The Buddhist demon divine art is indeed in my hands. Don't you think it's too much of a joke for Mr. Nye to want to take it away so cheaply? The referee's entire body trembled. He was both surprised and happy as he hurriedly said, State your conditions as long as I can meet them. Chu Hongyan and Feini looked at each other and smiled. They were obviously here to be slaughtered. There's no hurry, Yunxiao said with a smile. Now that the fairyland of the north is open, let's go there and have some fun first. We'll talk about it when we come back. No, Mo flatly rejected the idea. He was itching to know where the Buddhist demon sacred art was. He couldn't wait to hold it in his hands and comprehend it. How could he have the patience to wait for the immortal realm to close? State your conditions now, and I'll trade with you immediately. That's not easy. The Buddhist demon sacred art is a priceless treasure. I haven't thought of how to trade it yet. Yunxiao said slowly, but in fact, his mind was spinning rapidly. Although this Buddhist demon divine art was precious, he had obtained it for a long time, but he still couldn't open the mystery within. It could be seen that he was not the owner of this treasure, and waiting for the right price to sell it was a good choice. Moreover, the Holy See was so powerful that it would bring him many benefits if he could get him to help Yanwu. However, Yanwu had 10 rules which were enough to attract the other party, so it did not need the Buddhist demon sacred art. How about this, at the foot of the 5-Cloud Mountain? I saw that your bone-scale double-edged sword was very exquisite, and I also liked it. I'll suffer a little loss and use the Fanyao sacred art to exchange for the bone-scale double-edged sword. That thing was the remains of a true dragon, and its value was no less than that of the Buddhist demon sacred art. Mo's expression changed slightly and he grunted, That thing is no longer in my hands. What? Yunxiao was surprised. What? Isn't that your life profound artifact? Humph. The referee's expression was extremely unsightly, as if he didn't want to mention it. Anyway, don't ask. I said it's not in my hands, so it's not in my hands. Gu Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed. Ha. Little Tsong is angry after being defeated. My little lover, I would like to ask you about a person. That person cheated little Tsong of his bone-scale double blades. Yunxiao was stunned when he heard that. From the description of the man's appearance, he knew that he must be Wu Deshang. Seeing Yunxiao fall into deep thought, Gu Qingqing's eyes flickered, and she asked tentatively, "Don't tell me you don't know the identity of that person? Don't you have two experts who have lived for 100,000 years?" Yunxiao asked instead of answering, "Don't you have two experts with you?" Duanmu Yoyu smiled bitterly. "I've indeed tried to divine that person. However, I couldn't figure out anything. There are only two possibilities in this situation. Either that person doesn't exist in the heavenly Tao, or he is so in line with the heavenly Tao that I can't find him. The former is obviously impossible, so the latter is the only possibility. Is it the most fitting heavenly Tao? This man's identity is extremely mysterious," Yunxiao said after pondering for a moment. "I've fought with him several times, and I was almost killed by him last time." He then explained the matter of the Blade Sect. "The universe light plate exploded?" Gu Qingqing was shocked, and then said, "You're fine even with this. You're indeed the owner of the Divine Realm tablet. You're truly the chosen one. Even the heavenly Tao is protecting you." Mo Jing angrily said, "Dragon transformation? In that case, my dragon bones and scales have all been refined by him." His face was so dark that water could drip out. "That's very likely," Yunxiao nodded. "This person should be related to the dragon race. To be able to refine the remains of a true dragon and turn it into a dragon, he's not simple." He thought of Yu. He did not know where he had gone with the dragon horn, but he was afraid that he would also become Wu Deshang's target. At the thought of this, his heart was filled with killing intent. Wu Deshang's origin was mysterious, and he was too dangerous. If he met him next time, he had to find a way to capture him. Furthermore, he suddenly recalled that there was a true spirit lurking in the land of endless rain in the Eastern Sea. With his current strength, he wouldn't be as pathetic as last time when he encountered Shilong. He almost lost his life with a chant, but he wasn't confident that he could defeat the famous true spirit from the ancient times. "Don't ever let me meet him, or I'll skin him alive and extract his blood," Mo said through gritted teeth. "Let's not worry about him for now," Yunxiao said. "The world is very small, and we'll meet again one day on the road to the peak. It's getting late. Let's go to Langia Heaven as soon as possible." "Stop!" Mo shouted as he spread out his demonic aura and pointed at Yunxiao. "The Buddhist demon's sacred art must be left behind no matter what." Yunxiao chuckled. "Without the bone scale blades, what other treasures do you have to exchange with me for the Buddhist demon's sacred art? You should understand that you shrimp soldiers and crab generals can't keep us here." Bu Zi and the other two were extremely shocked. They had experienced Yi's strength before. With their peak 9-star strength, they could not even withstand the other party's pressure. The three of them had kept this matter to themselves and were too ashamed to tell anyone. Besides, the three of them had been suspecting whether they were under some kind of illusion. How could they have given up the natural moat token without even being able to withstand the pressure? And now, when they heard Yunxiao say that the judge's strength was not enough to compete with him, they were even more frightened. "I have to stop you even if I can't," Mo Han said coldly. "I won't give up until I get the Buddhist demon divine art. I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he sneered. "Are you threatening me?" "You can think so," Mo snorted. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. The raging waves swirled below and evaporated continuously. The sky was silent, and a storm was brewing. "Aya, we're all acquaintances. Why do we have to lose face over such a small matter?" Gu Qingqing immediately came out to smooth things over. "If my little lover is willing to use the Buddhist demon's sacred art to exchange for the bone scale double-edged sword, that means that he is willing to exchange as long as the conditions are right. And with little Tsong's strength, it's very easy to obtain all kinds of conditions. Secondly, let's have a good talk. There's really no need to fight." Duanmu Yoyu added, "That's right. Furthermore, something big is going to happen with the opening of the eternal world. It's not good to waste time here." "It's not that I don't want to talk to him," Yunxiao said. "I told him that we would have a good talk after Langia Heaven. He's the one who's being overbearing. He really thinks I'm afraid." Mo said, It's also because the matter of the Buddhist demon divine art is too important. If the other demon clans know about it, we don't know who will end up with the flower. So, I have to get it first. Any other conditions can be discussed. Since you're afraid that the Buddhist demon's sacred art will be stolen, Xianxia said with a smile, you can always stay with me and protect the sacred art. Everyone understood the meaning behind it. The so-called sacred art of protection, to put it bluntly, was to protect Xianxia. Mo wasn't stupid. Give me the saint technique first, he said. I'll make sure you're safe in Langya heaven. Do I need you to make sure? Xianxia sneered. I don't need you to make sure. There aren't many people in the world who can kill me. Since you're so eager to get it, I can give it to you first. As long as you swear an oath to become my subordinate and listen to my orders for 10 years, I'll immediately give you the holy merit. Li Xianxia, how dare you say that? The referee shouted angrily. I'm an expert at the Void God realm, and you dare to say you'll take me for 10 years? Ha ha ha, you're really crazy. You only have the power of the Void Extreme Divine Realm, Xianxia said indifferently. How dare you claim to be an immortal? If you listen to me for 10 years, I will not only give you the Buddhist demon sacred art, but I will also allow you to step into the Void God realm. The true Void Extreme Divine Realm. Everyone shuddered, and then the sky fell into a dead silence. Even the surging sea suddenly quieted down. Ha ha ha! Gu Qingqing's laughter broke the silence, and she laughed. Little lover, you've bragged too much. TSK, you've allowed little Tsang to step into the true Void Divine Realm. Do you understand what the true immortal state is? And not just telling jokes. She did not hide the contempt on her face. For 100,000 years, many geniuses were stuck at the gate of the immortal state, and she was the same. The goal that she had been longing for her whole life, the goal that she had been longing for countless years, was spoken like it was a meal by this man in front of her. This made Gu Qingqing inexplicably angry, and she sneered. Duanmu Yoyu's body trembled, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes as he stared at Xianxia, as if he was thinking about something. What a cold joke, Mo said coldly. If you don't want to talk about whether it's a joke or not, Xianxia said indifferently, do you have the courage to bet with me? What are we betting on? Mo frowned. I'll bet that I can help you step into the true Void Divine Realm within 10 years. If I can do it, you'll be my slave for life. Otherwise, I'll be your slave for life. As soon as the bet was made, Gu Qingqing and the others were all shocked, and the faces of Buz and the other two changed. Everyone thought that Xianxia was playing a trick. It was impossible for him to step into the true immortal realm, let alone the Void Extreme Immortal realm. But Gu Qingqing seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed drastically. Xianxia, did you find the secret of becoming a god from the Divine Realm tablet? Duanmu Yoyu and the others all looked at Xianxia, and the shock in their hearts grew deeper and deeper. The judge's heart was beating wildly. Even with his current strength, he could not see Xianxia's current cultivation base. So his heart, which had never believed it, began to waver. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, if I can enter the Void Extreme Divine Realm within 10 years, I will listen to your orders for 10 years. Otherwise, I will take your life. My life, Xianxia said. I'm fine with it. But you're wrong about the first half. It's not that you'll be under my command for 10 years after you reach godhood, but that you'll be under my command from now on. That's why I'm giving you the chance to reach godhood. Seeing that he was about to get angry, Xianxia smiled faintly and continued. If you can't enter the god realm in 10 years, I'll give you my life, and it can be considered as relieving the hatred in your heart. In addition, you can devote yourself to studying the Buddhist demon sacred art in these 10 years. This bet won't do you any good. Although anger appeared on the referee's face, he fell into deep thought. This bet was indeed not bad. Even if he could not become an immortal in 10 years, he would at least have the Buddhist demon sacred art, and it would not be too late to kill Xianxia to avenge his shame then. Moreover, as long as he made a bet, the other party would definitely find a way to make him a god. It was said that only holy artifacts contained the opportunity to become a god in the world today. Perhaps when the opportunity came, he might really become a god. At the thought of this, his heart couldn't help but heat up. However, now that he heard the other party's dispatch, he felt troubled again. Gu Qingqing was taken aback when she saw that Yunxiao did not seem to be joking. Can I also listen to you for 10 years? Can you send me to the God realm? Yunxiao's heart stirred. At this moment, no one knew about the rules of the 10 directions. With the temptation of becoming a god, he could trick a large number of experts into joining him. As long as they swore an oath, then at least before they became gods, they would never go against the oath. Otherwise, if there was a flaw in their will, they would be in danger during the breakthrough. No one would take this as a joke. Sure. Yunxiao nodded. Whether it's you, Gu Qingqing, the Duanmu siblings, or the three of you, I can give you a chance. As long as you pledge your loyalty to me for 10 years. Gu Qingqing didn't know why, but even though she didn't quite believe it, the blood in her body couldn't help but heat up. If you can't step into the godly state within 10 years, will you also commit suicide to atone for your sins? I can draw in a lot of rules of the 10 directions to help you become gods. Yunxiao sneered. I can help you become gods. If you have a divine transcendence body, I can guarantee your success. If you're below divine transcendence, I can't guarantee it. If you still fail to break through under the 10 rules, then you're trash, so you can't blame me. 10 rules of order. Everyone's heart trembled, and they all thought that Yunxiao had discovered the power of rules of 10 directions in a saint artifact, which made their hearts burn with excitement. From transcendent to divine realm, Yunxiao said, you only need to condense rules, and the success rate is very high. As for breaking through to the peak of the 9th step, it is a qualitative change in the level. I cannot guarantee whether it will succeed, but if everyone is willing to submit to me, I will do my best. The referee no longer had any doubts and said, all right, if you give me the Buddhist demon's sacred art now, I'll bet this oath with you. Yunxiao was overjoyed. If Moneng joined his army, his strength would double. With a void extreme divine realm expert and hundreds of demon elites, this force was not weaker than any super force. All right, then, the two of them swore an oath to the heavens, and without any hesitation, Yunxiao cut the statue of the woman with the Buddhist demon's sacred art. Saintess Fan Yao. As expected, it was her. As expected, it was this. Ha ha ha. He was ecstatic. He couldn't help but hug the statue and laugh crazily. Gu Qingqing's eyes were also filled with excitement. Back then, she had fought with the demon clan for this item, but it ended up in vain. Instead, it had caused thousands of years of conflict between the two clans. But at this moment, she no longer had any thoughts about the Buddhist demon's sacred art. Instead, her thoughts were on becoming a god. Gu Qingqing said, although I believe my little lover's words, the truth is a little hard to believe. Can you tell me more about the inside story? Yunxiao thought to himself, if I tell you the inside story, you'll all go to Yanwu, and not only will you cause trouble for the city, but no one will hang me up. He sneered immediately. Believe it or not, this young master doesn't have time to talk nonsense with you. Get out of the way. Don't delay my trip to Langya Heaven. Gu Qingqing said, there's no hurry to go to Langya Heaven. Even if it's opened, it will take time to stabilize the passage. We have enough time. Oh, Yunxiao's interest was piqued. I heard that Gu Qingqing also went to the eternal world. I wonder how she was. Gu Qingqing blinked and giggled. Do you want to know? Give me your condition in exchange. Yunxiao laughed hideously as he sat up straight and shouted, go! The two dragon horses neighed at the sky. Fire and lightning bloomed as they were about to break through the air. Gu Qingqing was angry and laughed at the same time. She quickly stopped him and said, I'm talking about serious business with you. You can't joke around. Yunxiao gave her a look and said, I'm not joking with you. You can understand the situation, but you have to return Yunxiang's body first. Then we'll talk about the next step. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about anything. As for the godhood Kasaya, with a faint smile, a vast spiritual energy broke out of his body and transformed into a dragon. Gu Qingqing's expression changed. She didn't expect the other party to suddenly attack. But she didn't panic. Instead, she grabbed with her 5 fingers, and a force spread out in front of her. Wang! With a slight tremble, the spiritual energy pressed down on the front of her palm. It did not attack, but after a slight pressure, it dispersed, leaving only a little fluorescent light floating in the air. Go! At Xianxia's command, Long Chun immediately lit a fire under his feet, and with wind and thunder on his back, he soared into the sky. The 3 of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Just as they were hesitating, the 3 of them suddenly trembled. They felt a chill coming from the dragon carriage, and their bodies turned cold. In shock, they hurriedly gave chase. Let's go! The referee also shouted. A red light bloomed from his body and wrapped around hundreds of demons. They turned into a blood light and escaped. Gu Qingqing stood in a daze, looking at the little dots of light. Her face suddenly changed, and she cried out, "Spiritual energy!" What? Was this the spiritual energy? No wonder it feels so sacred, close to the heavenly Tao. Duanmu Yoyu was also shocked. He hurriedly calculated with his fingers, but his forehead was covered in sweat. His 10 fingers trembled and turned into afterimages. Brother, what's wrong? Duanmu Tsang was also extremely shocked. It was rare to see Duanmu Yuyu in such a state. Duanmu Yuyu shook his head and said, I can't figure out that the great change in the heavenly Tao is related to Li Yunxiao. The heavenly Tao has changed greatly. Gu Qingqing's face grew serious as she suddenly turned into a green beam and chased after Yunxiao. Could it be the number of changes in heaven that our ancestors spoke of? Duanmu Tsang was shocked. Duanmu Yoyu's expression was solemn. He finally gave up on calculating and said, The battle of sealing has been going on for 100,000 years, and it's the time when the heavens change. Anything can happen. But Yunxiao would certainly occupy this E-character and obtain the fortune of the heavenly Tao. Just now, his casual palm strike contained a vast amount of spiritual energy. Not only was I unable to see through his cultivation level, but I couldn't even divine it. Duanmu Tsang replied, If he's really blessed by the heavenly Tao, then he's almost close to the Tao. With the great Tao hiding his fate, it's normal that we can't divine it. After all, those who pry into the heavenly Tao will be punished by the heavens, so it's better to be careful. Perhaps the number of changing heavens has really appeared, Duanmu Yoyu said. The world is about to change, and everyone will become a god. But we don't know why, but the root of all the changes is indeed Li Yunxiao. Let's go with him, and maybe we can get a chance to become a god as soon as possible. The 2 of them discussed and immediately turned into green light, heading towards Langia Heaven. A few days later, the dragon carriage had traveled an unknown number of miles. A mirage appeared in front of them. A divine mountain could be vaguely seen on the sea, stretching for 1,000 miles. It was connected to the deep sea below and reached the clouds above. We've arrived, Yunxiao said. Long Ju slowed down when he was 30,000 meters away from the mountain. Is Langia Heaven a mountain? Fei and I asked in surprise. This mountain is faintly discernible. Does it really exist, or is it just an illusion? The mountain was filled with strange rocks and all kinds of strange trees, giving off a strange feeling. And under the white mist, it seemed to be constantly changing, which was fascinating. Chu Hongyan laughed. The heaven of Langia is not a mountain. It is in the sea of clouds at the top of the divine mountain. No one can say for sure whether the mountain is real or illusory. The truth is also an illusion, and nothing is something. As Yunxiao spoke ambiguously, he sighed with emotion. After so many years, it's finally here again. The dragon carriage continued to speed up under his divine thoughts and ran towards the divine mountain. Bu Zi and the other 2, as well as Yi and the other demons, caught up and followed closely behind without a word. Soon, the dragon carriage stepped onto the mountain peak and drove into a white cloud. The chariot emitted a faint light, illuminating the scene within 1,000 feet. The peak of the mountain was densely packed with people. The appearance of the Emperor Grey Dragon carriage immediately attracted everyone's attention. Li Yunxiao! It's Li Yunxiao! Someone on the peak immediately cried out, immediately causing an uproar. Over 100 powerful spiritual senses swept over. Xianxia smiled indifferently, his eyes flashing with a demonic light as he swept out his divine skill, Heaven's Lack. All the divine senses immediately disappeared without a trace, as if they had been trapped in a quagmire. Is that woman in the haze the world's most beautiful woman? The palace master of Xianxia Palace? Chu Hongyan? All kinds of exclamations rang out one after another as their divine senses were swallowed up by Yunxiao's eye technique. They could only look at it with their eyes. In the faint moonlight, they could vaguely see a veiled woman, whose temperament penetrated through and was soul-stirring. And that beauty in red. I heard that she's the youngest family head of the Long family, Feini, and she has the bloodline of the ancient heavenly phoenix. So it's the head of the Long family, Wufu. Among all kinds of exclamations, there was also a lot of jealousy and envy. Why does he have such a good life? The dragon carriage came from the sky, coiled above and did not land. It just stood there quietly, making everyone look up. The 3 demonic cultivators, as well as Qi and the rest of the demons, also arrived in an instant. They all stood around the carriage, and demonic Qi immediately filled the sky. What? It's a demon! Someone immediately cried out in alarm. The mountain peak immediately became restless as all kinds of divine senses locked onto a radius of 1,000 feet in the sky, all of them carrying hostility. News of the battle at 5 Cloud Mountain spread all over the world. The relationship between the 2 clans became increasingly tense. However, the demon clan seemed to have disappeared after the battle at 5 Cloud Mountain. They had disappeared without a trace, as if they were biding their time. At this moment, when they saw hundreds of demons, they could not help but become hostile. Gradually, they condensed into killing intent and spread out on the mountain peak. Martial Emperor Vanquisher, Fong Lin, I've been waiting for you. In the tense atmosphere, an old man in a brocade robe walked out from the crowd. It was Nanxiu Yu. She took a few steps in the air and smiled. Lord Pajun, Palace Master Hong Yen, Lord Feini, Brother Buz, Brother Zhouguang, Lord Mao Qiao, please descend. Bu Zi and the other 2 frowned slightly as they looked at Yunxiao in the dragon carriage. Chu Hongyan and Fei and I did not say a word. Obviously, Yunxiao was their leader. Yunxiao stretched his back and said indifferently, "It's too crowded down there. I'll just stay in this carriage. It's more comfortable." There were many familiar faces below. He used his spiritual will to greet them one by one, but he also found that many important people were not present. He could not help but look at the depths of the sea of clouds in confusion. There was a faint red light flashing in the cloud, but it was thin and not thick, like a faint blood thread wandering in it. Yunxiao's indifferent look immediately caused dissatisfaction among the people on the mountain peak, who gave him cold looks and groaned. Which one of these people wasn't an overlord? Even the powerhouses of the world didn't put on such airs. Before Nanxiu you could say anything. She heard someone sneer, "You're feeling comfortable. Such a big carriage is in the clouds. Everyone is not comfortable looking at it. Do you think Langya Heaven is your home?" Yunxiao looked over, and his pupils suddenly shrank as killing intent flickered in them. "So it's by Luosec's Lord Yin Hui. It's none of your business whether Langya Heaven is my home or not. As for making you uncomfortable, you can go to hell." That person was Yin Hui, and he laughed angrily. "Ha ha! Impudent! Why should I die? Why can't you be the one to die?" Yunxiao looked over. Only Yin Hui of the Heaven Alliance was on the top of the mountain, while Jing Qi and Xiao Hong were nowhere to be seen, and even the Mu family was nowhere to be seen. "Sect Master Yin, you've grown up. I can see that your body is full of origin power. When your pores relax, there's energy to breathe in and out. I'm afraid your strength has increased by a lot." "I remember now," Yunxiao said indifferently. "Last time, the heavens seemed to have given you the ethereal mystic book in the true dragon's secret treasure. Is it the effect of that divine art?" Yin Hui was taken aback, and he clenched his fists. It was because he had cultivated the arcane tome of emptiness that he dared to provoke Yunxiao. But he did not expect to be seen through by Yunxiao at a glance, and he immediately grew wary. "Humph. So what if I am?" He snorted coldly. Nothing, Yunxiao said. I'm just asking. By the way, where are the Celestials and Jingqi? Nanqiu saw that the two of them were at loggerheads and was afraid of a conflict, so she quickly tried to smooth things over. The Divine One and Jingqi have already entered the Sea of Clouds. Around the mountain peak, a vast sea of white clouds was boundless. There was a faint, colorful light coming out of it. It rotated once before disappearing. The passageway to the immortal realm has not been stabilized yet, Yunxiao said. You can't wait? Are you confident that you have unparalleled divine abilities? Nanqiu laughed. Maybe. Many people have already gone down, but this old master is too timid, so I wanted to wait for the passage to stabilize before going. Where is Lord Pajun? It's about the coincidence, not the early arrival, Yunxiao said. I'm also afraid of death, so I'd better wait a little longer. Besides, the Divine Realm expert and Jingqi aren't here, so I can kill Lord Inhui first. Why not? A strong killing intent shot down from the dragon carriage and locked onto Inhui. Inhui's body trembled as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. He hurriedly retreated in shock and dodged several dozen zhang away in an instant, standing on a large rock. The mountain was filled with people, but there was very little space. Inhui's movement immediately caused a commotion. Please don't joke around, Sir Pajun. Nanqiu said hurriedly. Fighting is strictly forbidden here. Otherwise, you'll be making an enemy out of our natural mode ocean, and even all those who are on the same path as you. Yunxiao restrained his killing intent and said indifferently, If that's the case, then let Lord Inhui live a little longer. I'll take his life in Langia heaven later. Nanqiu frowned. He was very well informed. The earth-shattering battle between Yunxiao and the Heaven Alliance had long spread throughout the reclusive families, and he knew that the grudge between the two was difficult to resolve. Li Yunxiao. Inhui snorted angrily. You're dreaming if you think you can kill me with your own strength. Now that you've brought hundreds of demons here, are you going to make an enemy of the human race? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the judge and the hundreds of demons, and their eyes were filled with hostility, including Yunxiao. The referee completely ignored everyone's hostility and laughed. A bunch of frogs in a well. Do you really think that I care about this Langia heaven? I'm just following Li Yunxiao. Sir Pajun, Nanqiu said, although the natural mode ocean doesn't participate in the continent's war, the relationship between the monster race and our race is still strained. It's not a good time to let them in, right? Besides, without the natural moat token, we can't get in. I'm afraid that with so many monsters here, it will cause a misunderstanding. I have an extra heavenly chasm token, Yunxiao said. I can give you one. As for my subordinates, Lao AI, he said, can you allow them to enter my saint artifact? He asked. Absolutely not, Mo flatly denied. Once I enter your saint artifact, my life and death will be up to you. How could I allow this subordinate to be placed in such a dangerous situation? Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Ko to ask them to leave. Don't stay on the top of the mountain, lest they start a conflict with my people. It's not good for anyone. In the Battle of Five Cloud Mountain, the two clans had suffered too many casualties, and the hatred accumulated was extremely deep. If something happened now, it would be completely unnecessary to create unnecessary trouble. He pondered for a while and said something to the demons behind him. The demons immediately bowed in unison and flew away in an orderly manner. Inhui's eyes turned and he said coldly, This demon is not allowed to enter. All outsiders must be excluded. Mo's face sank and a cold smile appeared on his face. Are you the one who set the rules? Yunxiao asked. Are you the one who set them? Inhui snorted. Although the rules aren't set by me, I'm still a coward. Shut up if you didn't decide. No matter how good-tempered Yunxiao was. He was enraged at this moment. Since there's no such rule, no one has the right to interfere. If Lord Inhui wasn't convinced, then they would use the simplest method to resolve it, a martial arts battle. You fly, let's see who's going to continue chirping after this major general kills you. Don't think that you can look down on all the heroes in the world just because you're strong. Inhui said angrily. Everyone here is an outstanding expert. Who would be afraid of you? Xianxia sneered. I'm not looking down on all the heroes in the world. I'm only looking down on you. I don't care if others are afraid or not, but if you are not, come out and fight me. If you don't dare, you are a coward. A coward. If you really don't dare, then shut your mouth for this young master and obediently act like a turtle. Otherwise, if you say one more word, you won't be able to enter Xianxia heaven. Hui was extremely angry and was about to curse when a multicolored light rose from the sea of clouds. It was as if the morning sun had spread out and the entire sea of clouds was red. There were also lights of various colors rising from the clouds, like a 9-colored ring of light, with distinct layers. It's open. The immortal land has been completely opened. A series of exclamations came from the mountain peak. Suddenly, someone flew up into the sky and threw the natural moat token into the sea of clouds. Immediately, a red light shot out and wrapped the man up, sending him into the clouds. At this moment, no one cared about them anymore. Hundreds of figures flew up into the sky, and a large number of natural moat tokens fell into the sea of clouds like sand. Countless red lights shot up into the sky, and each of them wrapped around a person, disappearing in the sky in an instant. At this moment, the formation patterns appeared on the sea of clouds, as if a door had been opened. Xianxia had thought that the entrance of the mystic realm was like the Sex mountain protecting array, but he had not carefully identified it. Looking closely at it now, those tiny formation patterns formed a line that crossed the sea of clouds. It was indeed a formation. Lord Pajun, Lord Hui, stop arguing. Nanxiu hurriedly said, hurry up and enter the immortal realm. He flew into the air as well and shot a natural moat token into the sea of clouds. A red light shot up and swept Nanxiu away. The remaining people of the natural moat ocean also entered one after another. Seeing this, Hui also took out his natural moat token and threw it into the cloud ocean. All of a sudden, a sharp white sword light shot down and shattered the natural moat token into pieces, causing a huge wave on the cloud ocean. What? Hong was startled. The man who attacked him was Xianxia, and a very strong killing intent locked onto him. What are you doing? What? Xianxia sneered. What do you want? Didn't Lord Hui have a lot of fun picking on me before? Let's have a heart-to-heart talk. Hui's face turned deathly pale, and he retreated several steps, shouting, Xianxia heaven won't allow you to be so presumptuous. Nanxiu and the people from the natural moat cliff have left, Xianxia sneered. Who can you scare? Let's forget about the new and old grudges. He clenched his fingers and a wave of lightning spread out from his palm towards Hui. He then disappeared from the dragon carriage. Hui's eyes flickered with surprise. If he had encountered Xianxia alone, he believed that even if he could not defeat Xianxia, he could at least escape. However, there were many experts in this man's holy weapon. He could even fight against Chu Hongyan and Mo, let alone the holy weapon. Most of the experts on the mountain peak in front of him had entered the sea of clouds. The rest did not want to get into trouble, so they all tried their best to avoid it and went into the sea of clouds. Pai Li Pala, a flash of lightning circled in the sky, turning into several lightning dragons that descended and enveloped him. You're courting death, Hui shouted in anger. He continuously slapped his palms in all directions, dispersing the lightning with loud rumbles, and was about to penetrate it. However, a sword light suddenly came from the front, blocking all his escape routes and forcing him back. Xianxia flashed out of the sky filled with thunderbolts and clenched his hands. Countless thunderbolts twisted in his hands, turning into two huge and thick dragons that swept toward Hong. Boom! Hui struck out with both palms, clashing with the Thunder Flood Dragon. Countless bolts of lightning traveled up his body and jolted into his body, tearing it apart like blades. Xiao's physical body and cultivation base had both stepped into the realm of true immortals, so Hong was no match for him. In pain, it let out a cry and hurriedly fled. Xiao grinned hideously as he chased after Hong and swung his sword horizontally. The sword beam and heart flame struck Hong's body with a loud boom, and it exploded. But in the fire, A shadow suddenly flashed forward and turned into Yin Hui again, rushing into the sea of clouds. What? Xiao was taken aback. Yin Hui's face was pale, and it was obvious that he was severely injured. In a hurry, he threw out another natural mote token, which was then swept into the sea of clouds by the red light. Chu Hongyan and Feini also came to Xiao's side in a flash, and they were equally surprised. There's no way he could have survived that sword strike. What happened? Chu Hongyan asked. Ethereal Mystic Book. Ethereal Mystic Book, Xiao said thoughtfully. Perhaps it's really an amazing divine ability that can fool my eyes. It doesn't matter. Yin Hui was hit by that sword. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He better pray that he doesn't meet us in Langya Heaven. We'll appear in different places randomly after entering the heavenly Langya realm, Chu Hongyan said. Let's enter the Divine Realm Tablet. In a flash, the two of them were taken into the Divine Realm Tablet by Xiao. Xiao looked at the three and said, What do the four of you think? Mo's expression was grave. I won't enter your saint artifact no matter what. With this blood bead, I'll be able to find you very quickly. He condensed a drop of blood between his fingers and flicked it at Xiao. Xiao held the blood bead in his palm, glanced at it and put it away. The faces of Buz and the other two turned pale. They knew Yin Hong's strength well, and he was a divine transcendence expert, but he was so easily injured and fled. They could not resist Xiao's power at all. To be honest, I appreciate your strength, Xiao said. But even if you don't follow me, I won't suffer any loss. I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. If you follow me, then you'll listen to my orders for 10 years. If you don't, I won't force you. Just leave the natural mode order and get lost. After the 3 of them thought for a while, they said, Then the chance to become a deity is very high. Of course, Xiao said. I can enjoy it. After the 3 of them looked at each other, they all revealed determined expressions and said, All right, the 3 of us will follow young Master Xiao. Xiao nodded. With a flash of white light, the 3 of them were also taken into the Divine Realm Tablet, and then he threw out the natural mote token. A ray of red light shot out from the sea of clouds and wrapped around his body. He felt as if the surrounding space was being torn apart. His body became sluggish and he forcefully teleported down. The whole process only took a moment, and Xiao appeared in a world. The spiritual qi inside was dense and filled with an ancient charm, as if the space had been separated from the heavenly martial realm since ancient times. A white light flashed between his eyebrows, and Chu Hongyan and the other 5 were immediately released. Chu Hongyan's divine sense swept out and she frowned. What is this place? I don't have any impression of this place. I wonder where we were teleported to in Langya Heaven. It's hard to measure Langya Heaven, so it's normal for there to be unfamiliar places, Xiao said. I'm just afraid that I'll be teleported too far away, and I won't be able to find the eternal world in the end. Then, I'll have come here for nothing. No matter what, we have a high chance of winning if we stick together, Chu Hongyan said. Feini looked a little confused and said, This feeling is so strange. Why do I feel that this place is somewhat familiar? Familiar? The few of them looked at her. At their level, they would never have such a strange feeling. There must be a reason. Feini nodded. It's very familiar. It's as if I've been living here for a long time. It's like I've returned to my hometown, but it's very strange. What? Xiao was surprised. Is it because of the heavenly phoenix blood? It's said that the world of eternal life was evolved from the feather of the heavenly phoenix. Perhaps the ancient heavenly phoenix once lived in this heaven of Langya. The others were all shocked. Feini's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, Yes, that must be it. There's a familiar aura in the sky. Sister Feini, did you sense the location of the eternal world? Chu Hongyan asked happily. Fei and I pondered for a moment and shook her head. That celestial phoenix's aura is scattered in the sky and the earth, and there's no exact location. This is troublesome. We might have deviated too much. Chu Hongyan took out a silver plate that looked like an astrolabe. It was covered with light spots. After casting a few incantations, The light spots were projected in the air and spread out evenly. Yunxiao's face changed slightly as well. An energy tester? Chu Hongyan looked worried and said, "This testing device can detect the energy distribution and abnormality within 1,000 miles. It seems that the energy distribution is even and there is no abnormality. It means that the flow of spiritual energy within 1,000 miles is slow, and there are no martial artists or demonic beasts." Yun Xiao crossed his arms over his chest, rested his chin on his hand, and said, "The measuring range of 1,000 miles is too small. It's difficult to give us a direction. If we go wrong, it'll be even worse. Try to expand the range as much as possible. Even if you lose your accuracy, you can't care." "All right, I'll try." Chu Hongyan made a hand seal with her right hand. A few golden lights appeared on her fingertips and turned into runes that were inserted into the silver astrolabe. Immediately, the projected specks of light scattered, and the distance between them expanded by more than 10 times. Some of the specks of light in the distance began to jump slightly. "There's an abnormality." Chu Hongyan was overjoyed and began to calculate. "About 9,000 li to the southeast. There's an extremely powerful energy source. It might be a martial artist, a demonic beast, a mine, or some heavenly treasure. It's the same in the southwest, but the strange feeling in the southeast is even stronger." "All right, let's go southeast," Yun Xiao said. 10,000 miles is not too far. We must seize the time and find the entrance to the eternal world as soon as possible." The few of them immediately turned into rays of light and shot towards the southeast. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, above a hillside, several people's expressions were not very good. A huge pit had been blasted out of the hillside, and the rock layer inside was like a starry sky, filled with a dark green fluorescent light. Upon closer inspection, it was an extremely crystal-like material. A shocking amount of spiritual energy was emitted from the pit, causing the three to be both surprised and happy. Zhou Guang's eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed, "It's green water jade! Oh my god! So many green water jades! It's actually a jade mine!" The green water jade was an extremely precious mineral material, and Yun Xiao would most likely like it under normal circumstances. But at this moment, he said with an expressionless face, "Let's go to the next target." After a few hours, the loud sounds of a battle came from a lake. Then, everything went silent. A huge water monster's corpse lay on the lake, blood flowing out and dyeing the water red. Yun Xiao and the others looked down from the sky and restrained their killing intent. Fei and I said gloomily, "This is already the 5th target and we haven't even seen a single person. Just how big is this Langia heaven? How did husband and sister Hongyan play?" Yun Xiao and Chu Hongyan exchanged a look and saw the worry in each other's eyes, as if they were trying to confirm something. Yun Xiao did not hide anything and told her what he was thinking. "There might have been some changes in Langia heaven. The last time I came here, the space wasn't as vast and boundless as it is now." Chu Hongyan's eyebrows were furrowed with worry as she agreed. "I feel the same way. It's been several hours and we haven't seen a single person. Furthermore, the last time Langia heaven opened, there were definitely not as many people as this time. Perhaps the appearance of the eternal world caused some changes in Langia heaven? That's all we can do now," Yun Xiao said. "But it doesn't help the current situation. How are we going to find the entrance to the eternal world? If we continue like this, we won't be able to find it even when the immortal land closes. If we can't find it, no one else can either. There's nothing to worry about." Fanny was optimistic. "If worst comes to worst, I'll just cultivate here for a few months until the immortal realm closes. That won't be a waste of time." Not only was the spiritual energy in Langia heaven rich, but there was also the aura of the heavenly phoenix, which made Fei and I feel very comfortable. She could even vaguely touch the barrier of martial arts. If she calmed down and cultivated hard, she might be able to break through the barrier and enter divine transcendence. "What a silly girl," Chu Hongyan sighed. "It's none of our business if others can find it, but it'll be a loss if we can't. In terms of cultivation, even if there is the aura of the heavenly phoenix here, how can it compare to Yanwu, which is full of the 10 rules?" "There's no other way now," Yun Xiao said. How many targets are there left on the test device? Let's look for them one by one. It seems that we'll have to rely on luck for this trip to Langya Heaven. Suddenly, Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. A white light flashed between his eyebrows, and a golden beam shot out. A figure appeared in front of him. It was a young man with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes. It was Yifan. He shouted, "Big brother Yunxiao." Yifan? Yunxiao was shocked. Yifan? Yifan's strange actions made him uncertain of the identity of the person in front of him. But that voice and appearance, it was most likely Yifan. Yifan nodded. "It's me." Yunxiao glanced at him with his divine sense and found that he was already a 7-stars martial emperor. His speed was amazing, but there seemed to be something inexplicable about Yifan, which was related to Yi Nantian and Noah's ship. Back then, Gu Qingqing and Yi Nantian both went to the eternal world. Now that Gu Qingqing appeared, Yifan came out from his closed-door cultivation. He must have been influenced by Yi Nantian. And looking at Yifan, it seemed like he didn't know about the space storm that led him to the demon-sealing land. If so, it must be Yi Nantian himself who crossed the river on Noah's boat. He had heard from Gu Qingqing on the 5-Cloud Mountain that Yi Nantian could last 6 hours in the void extreme immortal state. No one could surpass him in the past 100,000 years, which showed how powerful he was. "You've come out of seclusion?" Yunxiao asked tentatively. Yifan's eyes flashed with confusion. He nodded. "I don't know why, but I suddenly felt worried, so I came out of seclusion." As expected, Yunxiao sighed in his heart. It seemed that since the appearance of Noah's ship, Yifan's, and even his, fate had been changed under Yi Nanshan's vague guidance. He asked, "Mist, what's the matter?" Yifan shook his head. He said in confusion, "I am not sure. It is like there is something I cannot let go of and I have to go there." He stretched out his hand and pointed to the northwest. Yunxiao was overjoyed. He knew that the direction was most likely related to the eternal world. "You should have missed him long ago. Let's go." Yifan was taken aback, and the others did not understand either, but they did not ask any questions. Instead, several beams of light flew up and followed behind Yunxiao. "Big brother Yunxiao, wait. Take my Noah's ship." Yifan released the divine boat, and everyone entered, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. A few days later, on a vast ocean with no end in sight, a floating island stood in the middle of the ocean, like a star in the sky. Tall mountains rose from the ground and ancient trees filled the island. It was verdant and lush, and giant leaves covered the sky and the earth. It was like a paradise as it wandered in the spiritual liquid. The Noah's ship stopped above the island. "Is this the realm of everlasting life?" Fanny's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Through the giant leaves on the island, she could see a strange flower blooming all over the island. It had 5 petals and the pistil was like silk, emitting a fragrance. Yifan's eyes were filled with confusion. He said awkwardly, "I don't know either, but the concern in my heart led me here." "It doesn't matter whether we are in the eternal world or not," Yunxiao said. "At least we are not alone anymore. I have already seen a few old friends." Everyone was shocked. The ancient trees on the island seemed to have the effect of blocking divine sense. Although they could not completely block it, they were greatly reduced. They could only vaguely see the 5-petaled flowers that bloomed all over the island. "Follow me." Yunxiao rose into the air and flew toward the center of the island. The rest of the people followed closely. Yifan also hurriedly put away Noah's ship and followed behind everyone. Flying under the leaves that covered the sky, he discovered that there were actually ruins of buildings on the island. Only broken walls were left, and it was unknown how many years had passed. Chu Hongyan and the others soon discovered that there were people in front of them. In a large area of ancient ruins, several figures were flashing, as if they were looking for something. "Who is it?" The few figures in the ancient site also sensed that someone was coming. They immediately gathered together and became vigilant. "Brother Yiqian, it's me." Yunxiao landed in the ruins first. His eyes flickered as he looked at the few men in front of him. The first person was Wan Yiqian, the master of the 10,000 treasures building. The other people were also familiar to him. They were Zhu Tianhan, the master of the Dragon's Tooth Villa, Mu Zhuang, the master of the MU family, Mujie, and a few other experts from the two sections. I didn't expect Lord Mu Zhuang, Elder Mujie, and Lord Zhu Tianhan to be here as well. Yunxiao greeted them one by one courteously. He had met most of the experts from Dragon Tooth Villa and the MU family, so they nodded with a smile. Flying! Wan Yiqian was stunned. Never in her dreams did she expect to see Yunxiao. At the same time, he also saw the subtle change in the expressions of Chu Hongyan and the others. He laughed and said, "Haha! What a coincidence! How did you guys get here? What? Young Master Yunxiao wasn't invited by the 1,000 lords? Did you come here by accident?" Mu Zhuang asked in surprise. Yunxiao saw Wan Yiqian's expression, but he pretended not to see it. "That's right. I didn't expect that I would be so fated with you all." Wan Yiqian obviously didn't believe him. He frowned and said, "Isn't that too much of a coincidence?" He looked at the people behind him, but he couldn't see anything. "There's no story without coincidences," Yunxiao said with a faint smile. "By the way, what are Brother Yiqian and Lord Mu Zhuang doing on this island? Other than the abundant spiritual qi, there doesn't seem to be anything special about this place." Although he did not believe that Yunxiao had come by chance, he knew that his plan could not be hidden now that he had appeared. So, he laughed and said, "Haha, that's really a coincidence. This older brother also needs younger brother Fei Yang's help." "Oh? Brother Yiqian must be joking. With the Dragon Tooth Villa and the MU clan, there are very few things in the world that can't be done," Yunxiao said calmly. He didn't know what was going on, so he couldn't just agree to it. If Wan Yiqian was the leader of the Merchant Union, he would not be careless in his calculations. The entire overseas aristocratic families were now tied to his worship. Such a person was definitely not simple. Of course it's a good thing." Wan Yiqian smiled mysteriously and said, "Fei Yang, do you still remember the Jade Pavilion?" Yunxiao's pupils constricted. There were tens of thousands of books in the Jade Pavilion, and there were vast divine powers. He had obtained his heaven-peaking eye technique from them, so how could he not remember it? Chu Hongyan muttered. "The Jade Pavilion seems to have its own spirituality. Although it's in the heaven of Xianxia, not everyone can meet it. Even if they were lucky enough to encounter it, they might not be able to obtain even a little bit of its magical power." The 1,000 lords mentioned the Jade Pavilion. Could it be on this island? Wan Yiqian smiled. Anyone who saw Chu Hongyan would be in a good mood. He said, "The Jade Pavilion isn't on this island, but there are things on this island that aren't inferior to the Jade Pavilion. Something that's not weaker than the Jade Pavilion? This is impossible." Yunxiao's face was solemn, and he did not believe it. The existence of the Jade Pavilion had been haunting him for a long time. It seemed to contain countless magical powers. It was good to go to the eternal world this time in Xianxia heaven. Even if he could not, it was a great opportunity to enter the Jade Pavilion again. Chu Hongyan also frowned. Although she did not say it clearly, she obviously did not believe it. Wan Yiqian laughed and said, "Brother Fei Yang, do you know the background of the Jade Pavilion?" Brother Yiqian? Yunxiao was shocked. "Do you know? There were very few records about Xianxia heaven." He had read through the ancient books of various sections. The Sea of Soul Formation and the Divine Cloud Palace were almost close to the Holy Region, but he could hardly find any clues, not to mention the mysterious Jade Pavilion. Zhu Tianhan, Mu Zhuang, and the others also perked up their ears to listen. Wan Yiqian opened his sleeves and chuckled. He explained with a proud expression, "The full name of the Jade Pavilion is Jade Book Pavilion, and a divine item is sealed here, called Emperor Pill Tower." Emperor Pill Tower. Everyone's heart tightened. As the name implied, and if it was on par with the Jade Book Pavilion, then Yunxiao was a little stunned. Could it be a pavilion that contains countless medicinal pills? Wan Yiqian stroked his beard and said slowly, "According to the meaning of the words, it should be. This heaven of Xianxia is a place where treasures are gathered. The world only knows of the Jade Book Pavilion, but they don't know of the Emperor Pill Tower, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, and the Heavy Equipment Tower. This was the first time they had heard of these things, but their hearts were beating fast. Chu Hongyan's eyes narrowed and she asked in confusion, "These things have never been recorded in the scriptures. How did Sir 1000 know about them?" Wan Yiqian smiled and said, "Scriptures are just a kind of inheritance, but how much can they really record? To tell you the truth, besides the natural moat ocean, Myriad Treasure Store has the most comprehensive information about Langya Heaven, and we've never stopped studying it since we were established." "Oh?" Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. "Can you share the research results with us?" He. Wan Yiqian was extremely proud and said, "I'm sure everyone has already guessed that this Langya Heaven was indeed a sect a long time ago. It was extremely glorious and all-encompassing." "Sect?" Yunxiao was surprised. "Is it really a sect? Even in ancient times, such a grand move should have shaken the world. So why are there so few records?" Chu Hongyan suddenly said, "The great Tao is invisible. The truly powerful existence is the invisible hope voice. I'm afraid this is the case with Langya Heaven." Wan Yiqian praised, "Palace Master Hongyan is right. I've also searched through ancient books and history. I can't even find a single word or two about Langya Heaven. However, everything in the celestial realm showed how strong the sect was back then. If you want to open the eternal world, you must break the 4 restrictions, which are the places that seal the Jade Book Pavilion, Emperor Pill Tower, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, and the Heavy Equipment Tower. In the past, everyone has only seen the Jade Book Pavilion because the other 3 places are still sealed." Zhu Tianhan replied, "I don't care about that. Since we've found the Emperor Pill Tower, let's open it first. Who knows? We might be able to obtain tens of millions of supreme-grade pills." Yun Xiao said suspiciously, "Even if the Emperor Pill Tower appears, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to obtain all of them. Just like the Jade Book Pavilion, there are also many restrictions inside. If we are fated to obtain one, we will be transported out. Haha, this item was originally obtained by the fated. Brother Feiyong, don't be too greedy." Wan Yiqian, on the other hand, looked at the broken walls around him and said, "I've also made an appointment with a few other reclusive aristocratic families. Brother Feiyong, you'll have to deal with them," he said with a worried expression. Yun Xiao frowned and said coldly, "Yin Hui and Jing Qi. Cough, cough, cough." Wan Yiqian coughed twice in embarrassment and said, "I hope you can put aside your past grudges and look forward together." He. Yun Xiao smiled indifferently, but it was extremely cold, which made Wan Yiqian's heart sink. "Brother Yiqian," Yun Xiao said, "why don't I let you and Ding Shan put an end to your enmity and take over the business alliance together?" Wan Yiqian's expression changed slightly. He couldn't answer. This was obviously impossible. How could he swallow the anger in his chest? "Then, for the sake of my brother, how about we put aside our old grudges for the time being and settle this after the trip to Langya Heaven?" he asked worriedly. Yun Xiao was extremely displeased as he said coldly, "Elder brother, aren't you being too nosy? You coward." Wan Yiqian was also depressed. Yun Xiao had never disrespected him like this, and he did not know what to do for a moment. On the contrary, the island was quiet, and no one made a sound. Mu Jie said, "Young Master Yun Xiao, you injured Yin Hui before he entered the country. It's still unknown if he can make it to this island. Even if he can, Jing Qi is the only one who can make it." "Yes." Yun Xiao nodded and said, "Jing Qi is here." "What?" Everyone was shocked. They spread out their divine senses, but they couldn't find any clues at all. They all revealed suspicious expressions. Yun Xiao looked up, his eyes cold as he snorted, "Jing Qi, since you're already here, don't even think about leaving this island alive." Hoo. The towering ancient trees in the surroundings suddenly turned deathly white, turning into dust when the wind blew. The sun shone directly down, and the entire ruins became bright. The 5-petaled flowers on the ground also withered under the white poison, turning into mud in an instant. The corpse poison was still spreading on the ancient trees, with Yun Xiao and the others as the center. It did not stop until it spread for hundreds of miles. The entire island's appearance changed drastically in just a few breaths. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a bald patch. Wan Yiqian and the others were shocked, and only then did they believe that Jing Qi was nearby, and they could not help but be even more afraid of Yunxiao. Under the sunlight, the sky seemed to be a bit dazzling. After a brief moment, a figure appeared in the sky, carrying a long golden coffin on his back. "Where's Di?" Yunxiao sneered. "Where's Di?" Jing Qi's face was sallow and unsightly. He stared at Yunxiao resentfully for a while before he slowly suppressed his anger and said, "The name of a heaven's chosen is red. Li Yunxiao, are you running away from something?" Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and a cold light shot out of them like a blade, almost piercing Jing Qi's body. But Jing Qi stood there expressionlessly like a dry corpse. He wasn't afraid of the look in his eyes at all. Instead, he laughed and said, "Hee, you're still unwilling to acknowledge the identity of the Lord Celestial." Yunxiao restrained his killing intent and secretly blamed himself for being too impulsive and exposing his emotions. After calming down, he said indifferently, "No matter who the heavenly being is, we have to end this. If I meet the Lord, I'll definitely tell him," Jing Qi said. A killing intent flashed in Yunxiao's eyes as he sneered, "Unfortunately, you will never see him again." His entire body gushed out with lightning and his hands quickly formed hand seals. The lightning energy flickered like a water screen and also like flames leaping in the air. Jing Qi got into a fighting stance and didn't dare to be careless. Suddenly, his heart moved. He turned around and exclaimed. A lightning giant had appeared behind him without him knowing. It grabbed the heavenly hammer with one hand and smashed it down. The entire clear sky instantly turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. Countless lightning power poured down with the hammer. Damn it! Although that hammer strike was dangerous, it couldn't hurt Jing Qi. But he didn't want to waste his strength. He turned his feet and turned into a light to escape. Boom! The thunder giant's hammer missed, and the terrifying lightning energy struck the ground, spreading in all directions and burning all the plants on the island to ashes. "Brother Feiyang, stop!" Wan Yiqian exclaimed. "Don't destroy the ruins." Yunxiao would not listen to him. In a flash, he appeared in front of Jing Qi, and the red sword fell down. Boom! A ravine was cut open in the sky. Jing Qi couldn't dodge in time. His fists, which were covered with a white light, met the attack head-on. Boom, boom, boom! The two forces collided. Jing Qi was swallowed by the sword light in an instant. His whole body was burned by the ice fiend heart flame, and he groaned in pain. "Li Yunxiao, what are you doing?" He was a little panicked. It had only been 3 days, and the gap between them had become so great that he couldn't even take a single sword strike from his opponent. He hurriedly opened the coffin on his back and let the fiendish spirit corpse out. The corpse puppet's face was ruddy, which made it look more like a living person. Its eyes rolled and it repeatedly struck out its palms. The corpse chi was like rolling waves, hitting the heart flame on Jing Qi's body, but it couldn't be extinguished. "Li Yunxiao, take care of this fire puppet." Jing Qi was panicking. The ice fiend heart flame was not only burning his body, but also his power, which was directly penetrating his soul. "For an evil creature like you," Yunxiao said coldly, "burning you to ashes in this fire is the best ending." Jing Qi was sweating all over. The fire was so intense that it was almost impossible to resist. The corpse puppet seemed to be affected by the pain in Jing Qi's heart. It flew up into the sky with a long roar and slapped out with a palm that was half an acre in size. Yunxiao's eyes were cold as he said indifferently, "Rotten things should have returned to nothingness long ago. I'll use this fire to ferry you to the other side." Under the infusion of the demonic qi, the red sword killer kept jumping out flames, trying to condense into lotus flowers. However, with great effort, the flames still spread out and eventually weakened. Although Yunxiao's expression did not change, he frowned. Back when Mopu had seized his true fiend Dharma body under the 33 Heavens seal, he had lost 90% of his fiend vitality. When he had struck out with his sword earlier, he had completely exhausted his fiend vitality. This was the first time in a few years that such a situation had occurred. Without the power of devil essence, it was very difficult to stimulate the power of the ice fiend heart flame. Xiao snorted gloomily, then poured his energy into the sword. Immediately, a bright sword light shone out, and the sky was filled with sword intent. Demon slaying. Swish! As soon as the sword technique was used, the white light shot into the sky and pierced through the fiendish god corpse puppet's giant palm with a bang. Countless sharp wind and sword intent wreaked havoc around the wound, constantly tearing it open. Boom! The palm force fell around Xiao, destroying most of the vegetation on the island and leaving a huge pit in its place. The entire island was shaken by the palm, and a boom came from the bottom, like the roar of the sea. Wan Yiqian's head was full of cold sweat, and he almost cried out, "Stop! You two, stop!" He was so anxious that he was pacing around. He looked at the people around him and said, "Quickly think of a way to stop them. Otherwise, this island will be completely finished. The Emperor Pill Tower will be finished as well." Mu Zhuang and Zhu Tianhan were also worried, but since Xiao had already taken action, they were afraid that they would not listen to him. Chu Hongyan was indifferent and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Master 1000. Jing Qi won't be able to hold on for long." Wan Yiqian, Mu Zhuang, and the others were all shocked. They knew Jing Qi's strength very well, and with the addition of the fiendish corpse puppet, it would be very difficult to defeat him. But he was suppressed by Xiao with only a few moves, and it seemed that he was still at ease. How long had it been since the fight for the natural moat token between the hidden families? This improvement was simply too frightening. Mu Zhuang and the others all had their own thoughts as they looked up at the sky with solemn expressions. If Jing Qi was killed, it would be a great shock to their hidden families. Suddenly, everyone's body trembled, and they all looked in one direction. After being pierced by Xiao's palm, the fiend corpse puppet let out a shrill cry, but it did not attack again. Instead, it returned to Jing Qi's side in a flash. The ice fiend heart flame on Jing Qi's body was also gradually extinguished, but his body was smoking and much more charred. Xiao's pupils constricted, and his face turned cold. He held the sword killer in front of him and looked at it vigilantly. A person slowly walked out from behind Jing Qi. A bright red flower was embroidered on a long white coat. Xiao Hong's face had lost a lot of childishness and looked even more beautiful. "Big brother Xiao." She opened her mouth and called out, with a little girl's childishness. "Thank you for your help, Your Excellency." Jing Qi hurriedly turned around and said. Xiao Hong waved her hand, signaling Jing Qi to leave. Jing Qi quickly put the corpse puppet back into the coffin and landed on the island. He placed the golden coffin on the ground and sat cross-legged on it to heal his injuries. Xiao Hong looked at Xiao and said faintly, "Big brother Xiao, you still can't forget what happened last time? I really don't want to be enemies with Big Brother. I hope Big Brother can stand on my side." Xiao stood with the sword in his hand and said frankly, "Sure. As long as you stay by my side and let me kill Di Yi in your body, you will no longer be my enemy. You will be Xiao Hong." Xiao Hong shook her head in disappointment and said, "I've always been Xiao Hong. Di Yi has never changed anything. From Haitian Town to now, I've always been me. It's just that you've never understood me, brother." She looked a little sad as she stroked her hair like a girl, which made Mu Zhuang and the others feel strange. They felt that this heaven expert in front of them was a completely different face from the one they were familiar with. In fact, everyone had a different face and corresponded to different people. Xiao stared at her for a while before he said coldly, "If that's the case, then there's nothing more to talk about between us." "What?" Xiao Hong was a little angry. "Brother, do you still want to go against the Sky Alliance?" "As long as the Heaven Alliance doesn't make an enemy of me," Xiao said after a moment of thought. "From today on, we'll go our separate ways." After saying this, he put down the grudges from the battle at sea. After all, the Heaven Alliance was very powerful. Even if he was in a life-and-death situation, he might not be able to kill Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong frowned, as if she was unsure. When Xiao saw her look, he sneered. "What? You're still not satisfied with this result?" Xiao Hong sighed. "It's not that I'm dissatisfied. It's just that the magic stone sword in Brother Wanwan's hands is very important to me. Can you give it to me on some conditions?" Yunxiao's face darkened as he scolded. If you have such an idea, the Sky Alliance will be in danger. Xiao Hong placed her hands behind her back, acting like a superior, and said, everything in the world has a price. I believe there must be something more precious than the magic stone sword that brother doesn't have. Maybe I can find it and trade it. At least I can't think of it now, Yunxiao said. Let's wait until I think of it one day. AI. Xiao Hong sighed deeply, looking very lonely. Her face was filled with a maturity that shouldn't be present at her age. If brother still refuses to give it to me, perhaps Xiao Hong will have to take the risk and return to the devil realm. What? Yunxiao's body trembled, and a murderous aura immediately burst out of his body. With a swish, a sword beam broke through the air, stirring up a white light and stabbing toward Xiao Hong's throat. Clang! Xiao Hong raised his hand unhurriedly and pinched the tip of the sword between his fingers. His brows furrowed deeply as he said sadly, brother, you still want to kill me? Yunxiao's eyes shone with a fierce light as he said coldly, this sword is called the Red Slayer. It was originally meant to kill you. Xiao Hong's face flashed with anger. She tapped her finger on the sword, and the sword made a chi sound and shook a few times. But Yunxiao's strength was extremely stable. Sword chi surged out and instantly condensed into a sea of swords, with countless sword shadows covering Xiao Hong. Boom! The sea of swords suddenly exploded, and the sword waves were jolted thousands of feet away. A white light shot into the sky, and the long dress embroidered with bright red flowers fluttered in the air. Xiao Hong's face was cold as she looked at Yunxiao and said, brother, didn't you say to let go of the past? You can't open the gate of the demonic realm. Yunxiao cried out. Xiao Hong pondered for a moment and sneered. This is not up to you to decide. Even if I don't tear open the crack, someone will do it sooner or later. Xiao Hong has already sensed the power of the demonic realm. It feels very, very close, and it won't take long. Yunxiao was shocked. Xiao Hong did not look like she was lying. Wan Yiqian hurriedly shouted, brother Feiyang, aren't you being too nosy? Since we've let bygones be bygones, don't make trouble anymore. Let's unearth the Emperor Pill Tower in peace, so that the people from the natural mode ocean won't get the first move. Xiao Hong stood in the sky, staring at Yunxiao. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and the red flower was bright and beautiful. Neither of them moved, but they felt that they were getting further and further away. Forget it. From now on, you're on your own. When Yunxiao thought of the ancient Devil's Well, the Tiandang Mountains, and the sealed land of the southern region, he felt a little confused. He turned around and flew down. The red sword of death flashed in his hand, and he no longer had the intention to fight. Xiao Hong bit her lower lip and nodded seriously. Brother, don't worry. Xiao Hong will definitely take care of herself. Aya, that's right. There are no eternal enemies in this world. Now that we are on this island, we are friends. Wan Yiqian continued to smooth things over, and with a flick of his finger, a golden light landed on the ground and turned into a human chariot with a small golden person leading the way. Don't make any more trouble. Whoever makes a move on this island is not giving me face. Everyone, attack together. He kept talking, but he knew that no one would listen to him. At least, with the strength of Yunxiao and the others, no one would dare to provoke them. In the event that thousands of incantation seals were cast into the chariot, the tiny golden person turned half a circle on the chariot, its arms constantly shaking from side to side, and the chariot moved forward. Everyone followed the chariot quietly. After the battle just now, everyone was silent, and the atmosphere seemed a bit depressed. Chu Hongyan and Feini looked at each other and saw something unusual in each other's eyes. They smiled bitterly and shook their heads. After the divine fiend corpse puppet's palm strike, almost half of the entire island was bald. The finger spirit carriage was flying through the air. After a while, the car suddenly stopped, turned around on the spot, making a wheel sound. Yes, it must be here. Wan Yiqian was overjoyed. She immediately kept the finger spirit carriage and threw out a conical profound level weapon. It fell on the ground like a spinning top and drilled into the ground. It was an item used to detect spiritual veins, but the one Wan Qian had thrown out earlier was of a much higher grade. Everyone could feel the fluctuations of origin power in the ground beneath their feet. Bang! Suddenly, the ground exploded, and a basin-sized hole appeared on the ground. The profound armament that had just burrowed and jumped out, splitting into 4 or 5 pieces. As expected, there's something down there. Wan Yiqian walked around the hole and saw that it was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. He took out a sword and shot it down. Bang! In a breath's time, there was a cracking sound from below, and then several fragments shot out from different places. Wan Yiqian looked at the crowd and said, "What do you all think?" Zhu Tianhan stroked his chin and said, "There's obviously a restriction here. Furthermore, it's extremely powerful. However, it definitely won't be a problem for us. I suggest that we split the earth open and expose the restriction. That way, we can find a way to break it." Wan Yiqian paced a few steps and asked, "What does Fei Yang think?" "The restrictive spell is very deep," Yunxiao said. "It's not impossible to crack the island, but I'm afraid that it will hurt the Emperor Pill Tower, and it will be difficult to control the force. I suggest that the MU clan use a puppet to go down through this hole and make a decision after exploring the situation." "This is a good plan. What does Lord Mu Zhuang think?" Wan Yiqian's eyes lit up and said happily, "Indeed, we should be careful. After all, Langya Heaven isn't as simple as it seems." Mu Zhuang agreed. He summoned an elder of the MU family. Without saying a word, the elder stretched out his right palm and flipped it in the air. He dragged a small bronze person in his palm and directly threw it into the hole. Then, the elder formed a seal with both hands and pointed forward. A water screen immediately appeared. It was pitch black, but it kept changing. It was the image that the tiny bronze person saw. It was the first time that Chu Hongyan, Feini, and Buz had seen such a magical puppet. They could not help but look amazed and full of curiosity. Swish! Everyone could feel the vibration of the tiny bronze man coming from below. The scene on the water screen also stopped moving. It only glowed with red light, and with a flash, the water screen shattered with a voila. The elder's expression changed slightly. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "The puppet has been destroyed. The red light is too powerful. I'm afraid it won't hurt the barrier even if it cuts the island open." Zhu Tianhan laughed. "Haha, that's easy then. We'll just split this island open and save ourselves the trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled and the mountains shook. The entire island trembled violently, and everyone was swaying left and right. However, they were all experts and none of them left the ground. They stood firmly. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was instantly torn apart, and a streak of red light soared into the sky, transforming into a massive hand that grabbed at Zhu Tianhan. Boom! Zhu Tianhan was unable to dodge in time and was caught in the red light. His entire body was pressed down by the red light, and his hair stood on end as if he had been electrocuted. Everyone was shocked. They immediately rushed into the sky and looked down from a height of 10,000 feet. Ah! Zhu Tianhan raised his head and roared, and a violent power surged out of his body to resist the red light's suppression. However, he was still extremely shocked. The blood vessels on his body had already burst, and he was soon covered in blood. "What's with that hand?" Wan Yiqian cried out in alarm, her face filled with panic. Zhu Tianhan began to tremble under the red light suppression. He raised his head with great difficulty to look up at the sky. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but then stopped. "Brother Yiqian," Yunxiao said, "Lord Zhu Tianhan is asking you for help." "Ha, what? No, I didn't." Wan Yiqian shivered, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He said, "With Sir Zhu Tianhan's power, he will definitely be able to resist and escape safely. If it really was for help, it would definitely have called out." He wiped his cold sweat and looked down. He couldn't help but fly a few thousand feet higher, afraid that the red light would come up. Zhu Tianhan's strength was not inferior to his, so it would be too dangerous if he were to rush down to save him. "My lord, it looks like he can't hold on any longer." He didn't scream, which means he can't speak. "Look at his pleading eyes." Feini cried out. Wan Yiqian's head was full of cold sweat. He looked at the crowd and said, "Should we go down and save him?" Several elders of the Dragon's Tooth Villa were also horrified and hurriedly begged, "Please save my sect master." The blood on Zhu Tianhan's body had already dyed his clothes red, and he was practically covered in blood. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and he was already reaching his limit. Fanny rolled her eyes and said in surprise, "You're the one who invited him here. We don't even know him, so why would we risk our lives to save him? The person who has the best relationship with him here is you, Lord Wan Yiqian." This buy-in. If she was embarrassed, she would look at Mu Zhuang, Jing Qi, and Xiao Hong awkwardly. Mu Zhuang turned his head and said, "Although my Mu family and the Dragon Tooth Villa are not on bad terms, we are not on good terms either. You want me to risk my life to save him? Are you sure Lord Yiqian is not joking with me?" Jing Qi simply hung the golden coffin in the air and meditated on it to regulate his breathing. He hadn't recovered from his injuries yet. Xiao Hong's eyes flashed with mockery and coldness. She looked down and said slowly, "He refused to join the Heaven Alliance. TSK, TSK. It's good that he died." Wan Yiqian, Ing Luo. The elders of the Dragon's Tooth Villa ran around in circles and begged, "Master Yiqian, only you can save the sect master now. Moreover, we were all gathered by you. You can't just watch us die." Wan Yiqian's expression changed several times, and he said, "Don't worry. I won't sit by and do nothing if anyone is in danger. However, there is one thing you must be clear about." "What do you mean by, I gathered them? I can't just watch them die? Since we're here to take risks, there will naturally be risks. We must be responsible for our own actions and can't just push the blame to me every time something goes wrong. Even if I had 10,000 heads, I wouldn't be able to bear this responsibility. Don't you think so?" "Yes, yes, Sir, 1,000 is right." The several elders of the Dragon Tooth Villa were sweating profusely and hurriedly said, "Please save our sect master." "Eh?" Wan Yiqian responded vaguely and looked at the strange situation below. The red light that condensed the big hand was overflowing from several places in the earth, and it was impossible to cut off the source. He touched his chin and thought for a while, then asked, "Brother Feiyang, how do you think we should save him?" Yun Xiao cursed in his heart. Wan Yiqian did not seem to have any intention of saving him at all, and Zhu Tianhan probably could not hold on much longer. This was because under his gaze, the amount of blood gushing out of Zhu Tianhan's body was becoming less and less. This meant that it was almost all gone. Moreover, his gaze was becoming dull and lifeless, which meant that his internal organs had suffered extremely serious injuries. This red light must have been congealed from the light of the restriction. We can only attack continuously and break through the light to save Zhu Tianhan. Otherwise, there's no other way. Yun Xiao analyzed carefully. "Pa!" Wan Yiqian clapped his hands and praised. "It's exactly what Elder Brother thought. That's how it should be." He pointed at the elders of the Dragon Tooth Villa and said, "All of you, go down and attack that red light with all your might." "Ah? We?" The few of them were stunned. They looked at each other and finally, they all looked at Wan Yiqian. Wan Yiqian's face immediately darkened, and he shouted, "What, your own sect master is in trouble, and you're not even willing to do a little bit? Don't tell me you're hoping for an outsider to take action? Of course, I'll definitely help you. You guys go test the power of the red light first, and we'll act according to the situation." The few of them looked at each other and cursed all of Wan Yiqian's ancestors in their hearts. Then they braced themselves and swooped down from the sky. Boom! Boom! They all took out their profound level weapons and didn't dare to get too close to the red light. They all attacked from a distance. Ripples appeared on the red light, and the entire hand began to become unstable and shake violently. At this moment, Zhu Tianhan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He opened his mouth wide and shouted with all his might, "Saving Luo! Iming Luo!" Boom! The giant hand finally pressed down, instantly crushing Zhu Tianhan into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Ah! Although everyone had already mentally prepared themselves, they still couldn't help but feel moved when they saw Zhu Tianhan die. The few elders of the Dragon's Tooth Villa were even more stunned on the spot. When they saw the huge hand suddenly turn and grab them, they were even more scared out of their wits. They couldn't care less about Zhu Tianhan's death, and suddenly rushed towards the sky. Bang! The huge hand suddenly exploded in the air, turning into 7 or 8 hands that flew over. The elders couldn't dodge in time and were all caught. Bang, bang, bang. They were crushed on the spot one by one, exploding into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Xianxia and the others were shocked. When the hands split, they rushed up into the sky and rose thousands of feet higher before they stopped. After crushing the people of the Dragon Tooth Villa, those hands flew a few circles in the air and then went back underground. High up in the sky, everyone felt the strong wind blowing, making their bodies feel cold. They all died just like that? Xianxia said in embarrassment. He still could not react in time. What a powerful restriction. Xianxia said with a solemn face. I'm afraid it has already taken form. He immediately thought of the formation spirit of the 33 Heavens seal. It was so strong that he could not contend with it. Although the formation spirit on the island was not as exaggerated, it was still an existence that could crush divine transcendence with one move. What should we do now? Should we split the island? Xianxia also had no idea. After saying that, she looked down vigilantly. Previously, Zhu Tianhan had said that he wanted to destroy the island, but he had been caught by the huge hand formed by the formation spirit. Xianxia said, "Of course, we have to split it open. Otherwise, it's even more impossible to see through the seal. But we have to control it well. I think the attack range of the seal spirit is limited, about 2,000 feet. We should be fine as long as we don't cross that distance." 2,000 zhang? It's so far away. Not only Xianxia, but the rest of the people were also shocked. It might be further, Xianxia said thoughtfully, but the effective attack should be 20,000 feet at most. With our strength, it shouldn't be difficult for us to split that island from 20,000 feet away, right? Xianxia chuckled. That's right. Brother Feiyang's swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world. It won't be a problem even if you're 20,000 feet away. Xianxia wanted to refuse. Xianxia's performance just now really disgusted him. No one wanted to take the risk and make a move, so they just wanted to be a... However, on second thought, it was just a matter of using a sword. There was no need to get into a conflict with him. After all, the two of them were still in a harmonious relationship on the surface. Moreover, time was limited, and the gains did not make up for the losses. All right, let me do it. Xianxia raised his sword, stared at the huge island, and slashed down with a sword technique. According to the texture of the rocks on the island, he estimated the strength of the attack. The white sword light fell and directly cut into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was instantly cut open and a huge gap spread in 2 directions. The island was torn apart in a state visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, a red light shot out from the crack, making an even more intense sound. It broke through all of the sword chi and shot into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering shaking continued for a while before it gradually stopped. The red light reached 4,000 to 5,000 feet into the sky, but its energy was already extremely weak, and its effective attack range was indeed about 2,000 feet. The shaking continued for a while before it calmed down. A huge crack appeared in the center of the island, like a piece of jade being broken apart, revealing the heart inside. There was a light swaying, reflecting the surrounding sea water red. Xianxia looked down with his magical spirit eyes and saw a building shaking in the red light, which was vaguely visible but not real. His heart began to heat up, and he licked his dry lips. If there really were medicinal pills left, it was extremely possible that there were level 10 divine pills, which would be of great benefit to his current cultivation. The red light is still there. How do we break the restriction and enter? Mu Zhuang asked. This red light reminds me of something. Have you all heard of the Xingkue Li flame? Chu Hongyan had been silent the whole time, but she slowly spoke out her inner thoughts. One of the few mutated true fires most suitable for alchemy? Xianxia asked in surprise. Is it the Xingkue flame? He immediately understood and said, This red light is the burning light formed by the Xian Kueli flame true fire. Chu Hongyan glanced at Yunxiao and said with a smile, "That's my guess, but I can't be sure. If Fei Yang also thinks so, then he's right." "No wonder it's so powerful," Yunxiao said thoughtfully. "It's actually a mutated true fire that has been cultivated into a blazing light. I can vaguely see a building emerging in the light, but it's beyond my reach." "That building has been nurtured in the blazing light for many years," Chu Hongyan said. "If there really is an elixir, the effect will be heaven-defying." These words immediately made everyone's heart burn with passion, and they were all tempted. Wan Yiqian swallowed his saliva and said eagerly, "Palace Master Hongye, do you have a way to break the blazing light?" Chu Hongyan smiled and shook her head. "I'm afraid you'll have to ask Fei Yang about this alchemy." Everyone looked at Yunxiao, only to see him holding his chin in his hand and pondering silently, almost losing his patience. Wan Yiqian said anxiously, "Brother Fei Yang, quickly think of a solution. The cooked duck is right in front of you. If we let the people from the natural mode ocean come, we'll at least get half of the benefits." Xiao Hong, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "That blazing light is, after all, a fire of the 5 elements. Brother has the fiend ice heart flame, which can't be hurt by any fire. Why don't you release the heart flame? With the spiritual items level, it can break the alchemy fire." Yunxiao smiled wryly and said, 80 to 90% of my devil essence has been forcibly taken away by someone, so I can't control too much of the power of the heart flame at the moment. The alchemy fire and Zhonglo coexisted for countless years and have complemented each other. They have long been sentient. This little heart flame is not enough. "What? Who is it?" Xiao Hong cried out involuntarily. Her voice was so sharp that it pierced through the sky. Her face was filled with shock and anger. "Who has the strength to snatch away the demonic qi in Big Brother's body?" Yunxiao waved his hand, not wanting to talk too much about it. "It's a long story, you'll find out sooner or later." Xiao Hong's expression turned sharp and she said coldly, "In this world, other than me, no one else is qualified to steal my brother's devil essence. I will definitely find that person and make him wish he was dead." Yunxiao was not happy to hear that, so he did not bother to argue with her. Instead, he looked down and said, "Speaking of level suppression, I have thought of a way to break it, but I don't know if it will work. I have to verify what I have in mind first." "Hurry up," Wan Yiqian said impatiently. "Quickly verify it." "Feini," Yunxiao turned around and said, "Try using your heavenly phoenix fire." "All right," he said. Fei and I responded. When Xiao Hong mentioned the level suppression, she was already eager to try. A red light flashed in front of everyone. Feini spread her arms and activated the primordial fire in her body. Immediately, half the sky turned into a sea of fire, dyeing the vast blue sky red. An ancient sound rang out in the fire, and the true shadow of the heavenly phoenix gradually condensed above the sea of fire. Its 9-colored tail wings flapped once, and it swooped down towards the island. With the descent of the heavenly phoenix true flame, the blazing light on the island seemed to become somewhat violent. The entire island rumbled as if it was about to be shattered by the blazing light. Boom! Finally, a red light shot out from the crack. Xian Kueli's flaming light turned into a huge fist shadow, trying to break through the suppression of the heavenly phoenix's sea of fire. Boom! The fist light hit the true shadow of the celestial phoenix, and the two flames exploded at the same time, turning into a terrifying vortex. The light and fire intertwined and kept rushing up, shattering the sea of fire in the sky. Countless rays of light and flames shattered from the horizon, like meteors falling into the sea but not extinguished, burning the entire sea. Yunxiao's figure flickered as he teleported down into the crack. "Be careful!" Chu Hongyan was startled by his action, and her heart was in her mouth. But she knew that Yunxiao knew what he was doing, so she could only call out to him with concern. Wan Yiqian's eyelids twitched, and she hurriedly shouted, "Brother Fei Yang, you can't keep it for yourself." The people from the Heaven Alliance narrowed their eyes and locked their divine senses on Yunxiao, trying to see what he was doing. Yunxiao's skin was covered with a thin layer of water, which was the water element of heaven and earth. It protected him from being burned by the flame, and he rushed into the crack and headed toward the building. With his wondrous spell spiritual eye, he saw that the building was like an exquisite pagoda. It wasn't tall, only having 3 floors, but it was extremely exquisite. At the top, there was an ancient golden word Emperor written on it, and red light kept flashing around it. As expected, he was overjoyed. His guess was right. It wasn't the Xian Kueli flames that had spirituality. It was the Emperor Pill Tower. All of a sudden, the light and fire that filled the sky exploded. Xian Kueli's flames and the heavenly phoenix genuine fire separated in an instant. The red light that filled the sky fell rapidly and gathered into the crack. The red flames gathered in the sky and transformed into Fanny's real body. Her face was a little pale and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her vital essence had been injured. Little sister Fanny, how is it? Chu Hongyan was worried about the crack and Fanny's injury, so she flew to her side and asked with concern. Fei and I shook her head. The injuries are under control. It's not a big deal. However, the flaming light is really powerful. A look of fear flashed in her eyes. She was still a little scared now. If the heavenly phoenix genuine fire's level was not higher than this, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Chu Hongyan took out a jade box and opened it. There was a green jade pill inside. She handed it to Fanny and said, "It's good that you're fine. Take this pill and you'll be able to recover in 6 hours." It was obvious that the spiritual pill was extraordinary. Not to mention that it could heal injuries within 6 hours. Not only did the effect shock Fei and I, but the people of the Heaven Alliance also looked over with envy. Especially Jing Qi, whose face was pale. He couldn't help but swallow. A fanatical look appeared in his eyes, but it only lasted for a moment. At this time, who dared to touch Yunxiao's woman? Not to mention Yunxiao, even Chu Hongyan, no one dared to say that they could win. Fanny was extremely touched and hurriedly declined. "This item is too precious. Sister, quickly put it away. Don't waste it on me." Chu Hongyan smiled and said, "What are you saying? How can it be a waste? Since you don't want to use it now, you can keep it. Maybe it will come in handy when the time comes. The Divine Cloud Palace has accumulated a lot of panaceas, and even if I eat panaceas for my meals, I won't be able to finish them in my lifetime." Fanny was amused by her words and knew that this was a kind gesture from Chu Hongyan, so she no longer declined. She kept it and bowed. "Thank you, sister." Chu Hongyan smiled. In her opinion, since Fanny was Yunxiao's woman, she had the responsibility to take care of her. After Fei and I had stabilized her injuries, she looked down worriedly and said, "That flame light is extremely powerful. If husband continues like this, will he die?" Chu Hongyan put a finger to her lips, shook her head slightly, and said with a smile, "Fei Yang never does anything stupid. If he really encounters danger that he can't overcome, he will definitely come up first." She spoke with a relaxed expression, which made Fanny feel more at ease. But when she turned around and looked down, her eyes were full of worry. "Elder Hao, are you able to see the situation below?" Mu Zhuang turned around and asked. Mu Jie's eyes turned green and flickered with a demonic light. They were even more powerful than when she was in the Black Tortoise Star Palace in the Borderline Mountain. She looked at the crack in the middle of the island. After a while, the green eyes turned red. Mu Jie closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing before opening them again. She bitterly said, "The flaming light was too strong, and it burned the power of my spirit eye. If it weren't for the fact that I have a false eye, I would have been blind if I were to forcefully spy on you like this. He's so powerful?" Mu Zhuang was shocked. "Then we can only wait. I hope Yunxiao is fine." Wan Yiqian was a little restless. He also sighed and said, "I hope Brother Feiyang won't take the Emperor Pill Tower for himself." Upon hearing this, Chu Hongyan and Fei and I's eyes narrowed slightly, and anger and coldness flashed in their eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that this place wasn't suitable for fighting, he would have directly turned hostile and beaten Wan Yiqian up. Inside the crack, The spirit of the Emperor Pill Tower sensed that someone was approaching and fled into the depths of the crack in a flash. At the same time, countless flames fell back into the crack like a waterfall, then shrank into a ball and shot at Xianxia. The water elemental energy covering his skin suddenly became much thinner, as if it was about to dry up. Xianxia chased after the Emperor Pill Tower and strode into the abyss. At the same time, he made an incantation gesture with one hand and shouted, "Come out!" A strong wind burst out of its body and formed a wind barrier. The crocodile turned into a mini-form and lay on Xianxia's right shoulder, its eyes red. Although it isolated the hot air, the red light was after all the light after fire spirit. Even the immemorial astral wind could not block all of it. Many of them still passed through and turned into countless red illusory blades. Humph! It's useless. Xianxia grinned hideously as he clenched his fists and threw out a wave of golden fist shadows, which hit the illusory blades and exploded them one by one. The crocodile on his right shoulder suddenly darted out and turned into a huge wind blade, directly piercing through the barrier he had set up and slashing forward. Swish! The new firelight was suddenly split apart, and a vacuum passage was cut through the entire crack. In an instant, Xianxia transformed into a thunderbolt and flashed up the passage, catching up with the Emperor Pill Tower. A powerful pressure of artifact storage rolled over. There were small holes on the 8 sides of the tower that were spitting out flames. It was the Emperor Pill True Fire, the Xianxia Li Flame. Hoo! A red light flashed above the Emperor Pill Tower and true fire spurted out from all 8 holes. It condensed into a ferocious beast in the sky. It was as strong as an ox and had a back like a toad. It opened its mouth and spat out a line of fire. Xianxia patted the crocodile, and it immediately transformed into a tall and mighty giant spirit. With a loud roar, it spat out a strong wind and rushed up. Boom! Wind and fire collided, and the 2 elemental powers eroded each other. Under the bombardment of the squall, the flames burst out like fireworks, and the entire abyss was in chaos. The flaming monster let out a roar and charged down from the top of the Emperor Pill Tower. Its body expanded in the wind as it pounced towards the giant spirit. Bang! The astral wind giant spirit was scattered by the monster, but it didn't disappear. Instead, it condensed into countless crescent-shaped wind blades and fell on the monster's body like a wind net. It made a sizzling sound and slashed out countless flames. Roar! The monster roared again and again. Too much of its body had been cut off, and its body was half its original size. Its 2 front palms kept slapping the surroundings, dispersing the wind blades. At the moment the gale attacked, Xianxia flashed up and landed in front of the Emperor Pill Tower. Looking at the exquisite building, he stepped over with joy. Boom, boom, boom! The Emperor Pill Tower suddenly started to spin and spurted out countless flaming lights again like thousands of spears. Humph! It's just a pill furnace, and you're so mischievous. Xianxia did not avoid the flames. Instead, he stretched out his hand, and a white light flew out of his palm. Then, the cauldron of mountain and river broke through the air and grew larger in the wind. The rivers, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, stars, insects, fish, birds, and beasts engraved on the cauldron's body all came to life and emitted the power of the world. Tens of thousands of Xianxia flames suddenly turned blurry, as if space had been compressed, causing all the light to distort. They flew toward the cauldron of mountain and river and actually shot into the body of the cauldron. They disappeared in a flash. Xianxia was overjoyed. Although the Xianxia Li flame was a mutated fire element, it had turned into an alchemy fire after countless years of nurturing by the Emperor Pill Tower, and it was now directly absorbed by the cauldron of mountain and river. Besides, Xianxia could clearly sense the cauldron of mountain and river emitting a joyful and thirsty sound, as if it had not absorbed enough. How much you can eat is up to you. Go! Xianxia lifted the cauldron up and let it fly out on its own, spinning and crashing into the Emperor Pill Tower. The Emperor Pill Tower itself was only an alchemy cauldron. After many years, it had gained sentience and immediately felt the pressure of the cauldron of mountain and river. It was so frightened that it fled hurriedly and escaped into the abyss. The bull-shaped monster seemed to have sensed the fear of the Emperor Piltower. It no longer cared about fighting with the astral winds and turned into a long line of fire as it rushed over. You came just in time. Xianxia teleported to the cauldron of mountain and river and sent countless incantation seals into it. The power of the world spun out, emitting a bright light that shone on the line of fire, trapping it and making it unable to move after it revealed its true form. TSK, a 10,000-year-old alchemy fire. Even if the Emperor Piltower runs away, this trip will be worth it. He suddenly opened the cauldron lid. That world power suddenly whirled, and the monster was directly squeezed into a line of fire, sucked into the large cauldron. Ha ha ha! Bang! Xianxia put the lid back on and sent several incantation seals into the cauldron. All the light was immediately sucked into the cauldron, and it began to refine the Xianxia flame. The crocodile also turned back to its mini form and lay on his shoulder, looking at the cauldron with its scarlet eyes. When the flame in the cauldron calmed down, Xianxia took it back into his body, but the Emperor Piltower was gone. The bottom of the abyss was an endless sea. The Emperor Piltower had sunk into it and disappeared without a trace. This Xianxia Li flame has been in contact with the elixir dispensary for 10,000 years. Their auras have long been connected. I want to refine this flame, and I will definitely be able to sense the location of the Emperor Pill dispensary. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said to himself, I wonder if we have enough time. Langya Heaven had been open for several months, but the space this time was extremely vast, and it was difficult to find the end even after several months. It's all up to fate. He was quite indifferent to it. At least after he took back the Xianxia flame, this trip was not in vain. Although the Xianxia flame was one of the most suitable true flames for alchemy and was extremely rare, Xianxia would not value it so much. This was because not only did the Xianxia Li flame that he had collected have a spirit, it was also an existence that the Emperor Piltower had nurtured for tens of thousands of years with their weapon accumulations and pill chi. Thus, the fusion between it and the cauldron could be seamless. At this moment, the roaring of the sea came from the bottom of the abyss. The water level was rising at an extremely fast speed. Not only that, but the entire island suddenly became fragile. The thick rock layers began to crack, and a large number of stones fell down. The cracks were getting bigger and bigger under the impact of the seawater, as if it was about to collapse. Chu Hongyan and the others waited anxiously in the sky and wanted to go down to investigate several times. All of a sudden, the red light in the crack seemed to have completely disappeared, causing everyone to be amazed. More than 10 divine senses went in and immediately found that it was empty. The Emperor Piltower and the primordial fire were all gone. There was only the rising sea water and the crumbling island. While everyone was stunned, Xianxia turned into a beam of light and flew up to her side. He looked at her with concern and said, "You're injured." Fanny's heart felt warm and there were tears in her eyes. She shook her head and said, "I'm fine now. Sister Hongyan even gave me a spiritual pill." She took out the pill and shook it, not hiding her happiness at all. Xianxia smiled and nodded at Chu Hongyan. "That's very thoughtful of you." Chu Hongyan's eyes were smiling, but there was a trace of resentment in them. She said faintly, "I should. How could the people around them have the mood to watch them show off their love?" They were all burning with anxiety. "Brother Feiyang, what about the Emperor Piltower?" Wan Yiqian quickly asked. Xianxia heaved a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. He ran away." What? He ran away." Wan Yiqian let out a strange cry. Her eyes widened like copper bells, and she revealed a look of disbelief. "It's just a profound level weapon. How could it possibly escape from the hands of Brother Feiyang? Little brother, don't you ever lie to your big brother?" Mu Zhuang and the others also looked suspicious. Xianxia did not explain, but said coldly, "What? You don't believe me?" Wan Yiqian's heart felt stifled for a moment, and she quickly said, "It's not that I don't believe you, but this matter is of great importance. I have to get to the bottom of it." Xianxia flicked his sleeve and said indifferently, "What do I mean by clear?" The Emperor Piltower sank into the ocean and disappeared without a trace. "I don't know anything more than that." Wan Yiqian stopped talking and fell silent. However, the look on his face kept changing, and his eyes flickered. He obviously did not believe Yunxiao's words, but what could he do even if he did not? I didn't expect it to be a futile effort. Zhu Tianhan even lost his life. Chief Mu sighed and shook his head, as if he felt that it was not worth it. However, he didn't have too many emotions. After all, this was just a windfall. It would be good if he could get it, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said slowly, "Everyone has their own destiny. I am also very sad about Sir Zhu Tianhan's death." Mu Zhuang glanced at Wan Yiqian, his face cold. He said, "This matter will definitely cause a great uproar in the hidden sects. Lord Yiqian, don't blame yourself too much. It's all because of that Xian Kueli's flame light that you didn't have time to rescue him." What? Wan Yiqian had been thinking about the Emperor Pill Tower and hadn't paid attention to their conversation. It was only when he was mentioned that he reacted, and his expression changed drastically. Mu Zhuang's intentions were obvious. If word got out that he had left them in the lurch, the entire family would have a bad impression of him. Then, it would be difficult to maintain this relationship where they were just using each other. The competition between Myriad Treasure Store and Tianyuan Trading Company was still in a state of white heat. Once they lost the support of the reclusive families, they would inevitably collapse like a mountain. He was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He trembled and said, "Lord Mu Zhuang, you really can't blame me for this. It's just that everyone let down their guard and was caught off guard." I think so too. Why is the forehead of 1,000 lords covered in sweat?" Mu Zhuang glanced at him indifferently, his eyes full of contempt. Wan Yiqian carefully wiped off his cold sweat and smiled apologetically. "It's a little hot. The weather is a little hot. I wonder what Lord Mu Zhuang's thoughts are on the death of Lord Zhu Tianhan?" Mu Zhuang shot a glance at Xiao Hong and Jing Qi. Seeing that the two of them were silent and did not seem to care about Zhu Tianhan's life or death, he lazily said, "With Zhu Tianhan's death, the Dragon's Tooth Villa will definitely be in chaos. As a fellow hidden sect, after living together for so many years, he really couldn't bear to see internal strife in the Dragon's Tooth Villa. Why don't you let my Mu clan take care of the villa for Zhu Tianhan for the time being? Once there are capable people in the villa, my Mu clan will return to Heavenspan Island." Lord Mu Zhuang is indeed righteous. Wan Yiqian immediately gave him 2 thumbs up and praised. If Zhu Tianhan knew that Sir Mu Zhuang was so righteous, he would die in peace. I will definitely support Darren on this matter. The people of the Mu family all revealed knowing smiles. Mu Zhuang also chuckled, seemingly in a good mood, and said, "I will, as always, support Lord Yiqian in developing the Myriad Treasure Store's business. I hope that the friendship between our two sects will last forever." "It's only natural for friendship to last forever." Wan Yiqian patted his chest and laughed. However, under the warm gaze, there was only coldness and resentment. The Mu family had taken advantage of the situation and threatened him at the same time. They didn't do anything and actually picked up such a big bargain. Even if the Mu family supported him as always, he was afraid that they would have to pay a higher price. Pa. Yun Xiao clapped his hands and praised, "It's really touching. I've witnessed the friendship between the Mu family and Myriad Treasure Store. It's really an eye-opening experience. This trip has not been in vain." His eyes were filled with undisguised mockery. Ha ha ha. Fanny could not help but laugh. However, she felt that it was inappropriate and quickly covered her mouth with her hand and turned around. Chu Hongyan was much more mature than her, so she was not surprised and just smiled. The so-called friendship between the great sects had always been a balance of interests. In other words, there were no eternal friends in the world, and there were no eternal enemies.